Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 Gu immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Mingshen's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beasts shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way, Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it! Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red threads shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal, but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow Euro bees. Feng Jiang's immortal aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow Euro bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow Euro bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's immortal aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his immortal aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow Euro bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow Euro bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow Euro bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, the yellow Euro bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow Euro bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. it was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake, large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers, or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. Moreover, there were many sea beasts in this sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission, and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting. I did not reach 100 merit points. It seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island. I did not touch the surrounding sea area. This was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingshen's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title. He could take on mid-sized missions. Right now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content, more importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points, he could not take back the yellow Euro bees. Of course, this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal goo after accumulating 10,000 merit points. This transaction was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal goo. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal goo. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees. This mission is suitable for me, but I only gained 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation. Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast. Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Fang Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Fang Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him. He would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed, Feng Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chu Ying. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Feng Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merits suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people, and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once. Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title, so I can take on higher ranked missions. Feng Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Feng Yuan nodded, he walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the 3rd good person title. His merit points fell by 500, he was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth, he was very curious about Feng Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful. Feng Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Feng Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time, they should be back by now. Feng Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side, he did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded, he knew that Feng Yuan was referring to Miao Mingshen and the rest, he replied, should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Mingshen's group, he had already completed his mission and the other 3 would be back soon. Feng Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Mingshen and the rest returned soon and saw Feng Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen had a thought, the good person title can take on medium-ranked missions, the good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same, knowing the good person title, the secret of the good person title is actually not a secret, you can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingshen was still very grateful to Feng Yuan. Because before this, Feng Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shen family, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Zongsheng. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Zongsheng and the rest, the distance is enough for us to leave safely. Feng Yuan lied, but Miao Mingshen and the rest were shocked. Gue Qi frowned, is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Yes. Feng Yuan nodded, he did not know about it. Miao Mingshen and the rest believed him. Why? Look at Chu Ying's attitude toward Shen Zongsheng, he was courting death. He was so fearless, he definitely had something to rely on. Feng Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone, I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest were shaken, they received the mission information at the same time, their expressions changed. There was such a thing? In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingshen himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For Gu Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult, if they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased, in the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingshen could choose to accept it or not. Feng Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingshen only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission, he felt the same as Feng Jiang. Feng Yuan cultivated all paths, that was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingshen and the rest were normal Gu Immortals, they only cultivated one path, most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Feng Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest from the Merit Obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission. They looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Mingshen and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Mingshen and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent, thousands of waves were set off, countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island. There were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island. There were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island. It was faintly discernible, it seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island, they did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island. The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. The island was always shrouded in darkness, every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current, it was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger, the pillars under the island were already damaged. After a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable, it had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of this sea area, and restoring the 5-island chain of the past, this was the content of this large-scale mission. Fang Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the 5-island chain as the core, it formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fang Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingshen and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission. The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Hua Dai's heart sank. Feng Zhang's expression was ugly, he thought to himself, I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the 5 islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without wisdom path Gu immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gu Qi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingshen was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission, I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingshen and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fang Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingshen could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fang Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingshen, Brother Miao, I have a plan, follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingshen was stunned, even though he did not believe it. He did not retort, he nodded, Brother Chu, please instruct us, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite, we will work together to complete this mission, it will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingshan sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence, he could only pin his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shen Zongsheng. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gue Qi, please station yourself on Sword Wind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Hua Dai, please guard Jade Island and Whitebone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshan's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated, it no longer drifted with the current, its drifting speed decreased sharply, it was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fang Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology, it is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chuing want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist, dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the Five Islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out, his speed was so fast that Miao Mingshan and the rest were surprised. Fang Yuan entered Whitebone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled, the entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's sub-formation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock, she could not close it. Chuing can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path Gu immortal, he is a formation path Gu immortal. No, that's not right. Back then, he defeated Gu 1 and saved us, he clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates two paths? It was rare for Gu immortals to cultivate two paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. Whitebone Island's sub-formation was set up, Fang Yuan activated this sub-formation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, Whitebone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention, so he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us. Because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. But Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method, but the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The Gu formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the Gu formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingshan and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingshen and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal goo like carrier pigeon goo. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingshen and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power, and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Mingshen and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, activating the goo formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The goo formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Mingshen and the rest's expressions changed, they were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks, they could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fang Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands. During this period, if there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Mingshen and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed, the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Mingshen, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure, he became nervous, he was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Mingshen immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was Immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Mingshen and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Fang Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Mingshen and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't chewing a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Fang Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the Gu immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone, they almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly, the immortal formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 Gu immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their hearts. They never expected Fang Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands while helping the immortal formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Mingshen and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback, instead making full use of the impact currents. The disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Mingshen and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, even water path Gu immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the immortal formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the immortal formation. Chapter 1915. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Fang Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Fang Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Fang Yuan negotiated with Miao Mingshen, Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and Gue Qi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths, he had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiaoping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought, why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping with a smile. Ren Xiaoping was stunned, he did not know how to respond to Fang Yuan's unexpected attitude. Fang Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Fang Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping witnessed the entire process, his expression turned grim. The mission that Chuing took is completely different from mine, it is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title, he can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be, Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions, Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that Gu immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult, large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiaoping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi working together with Chuing? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiuping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult, but if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chuing is doing? Ren Xiuping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Mingshen's group could be fought over, why couldn't Ren Xiuping? The hatred from before? He. Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiuping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiuping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the merit obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the Gu Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiuping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the merit obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Fang Yuan obtained more than 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshen's group had varying amounts of merit points, they were all around 80. Fang Yuan looked at the changes on the merit board and calculated, this large-sized mission had a total of 973 merit points. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest split the 900 merit points. Fang Yuan, who was the leader, had the majority. 500 merit points was about the same as when he completed the large-sized mission alone. However, the amount of time and effort that Fang Yuan spent was greatly reduced. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they first helped Fang Yuan resist the waves, then took care of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. They only had to spend some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they could obtain more than 80 merit points. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission that he completed alone. He used a group of bees, including the desolate beast yellow Yero bees, but he only obtained 80 merit points. Comparing the two, it was much easier to complete the large-sized mission with Fang Yuan, the rewards were much greater. Go and meet up with Miao Mingshen and the rest, we will complete the second mission together. I suggest that we take a team title together. With a team title, we can communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A team title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai did not hesitate, they listened to Fang Yuan's suggestion and took the title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai teleported out to meet up with Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi. Fang Yuan then took the third large-sized mission and left first. Miao Mingshen and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the receiving island. The four immortals' merit points on the merit board increased slightly. Miao Mingshen and Gue Qi also spent their merit points to take the team title. The four immortals could communicate with Fang Yuan at any time. Fang Yuan happened to open up the situation on the other side, so he shared the mission with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest placed their hands on the obelisk and took the mission that Fang Yuan shared with them. Miao Mingshen and the rest teleported to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan gave them some pointers before returning to the merit obelisk to look at the next mission. Fang Yuan's advantage of cultivating all paths was fully displayed here. Many of the missions were difficult to complete even for Shen Zongsheng, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, most of the missions had a solution. What he needed to do was to filter these missions and prioritize the missions with the highest rewards. With the cooperation of Miao Mingshen and the rest, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and energy. Miao Mingshen and the rest also hugged onto Fang Yuan's thick thighs, their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Zongsheng, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Mingshen and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the immortals. Such a huge realization made the immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal Gu can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for Chuing, it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange, how can Chuing complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Mingshen and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know Chuing? The immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Zongsheng sighed. He had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Zongsheng's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, but he could not compare to 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then, my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person, but what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shen Zongsheng and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shen Clan's Gu immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chuing? Shen Zongsheng was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on Gu immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shen Zongsheng became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shen Zongsheng wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shen clan lacked. Shen Zongsheng was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Mingshen and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then, but now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shen Zongsheng. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Mingshen and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shen Zongsheng learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miao Mingshen and Chuing. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shen Clan's side. When Fang Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in Regret-Crying Sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret-Crying Sea appeared? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times, but the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan could collect Regret Gu in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the Regret-Crying Sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone, I hid the immortal goo, I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtain the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the regret-crying sea region. Miao Mingshen and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingshen and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from regret goo. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Goo's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Goo. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable One? Red Lotus Will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Goo and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fang Yuan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the Paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Goo mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fang Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Goo in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Goo did not activate. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Mingshen and the rest, to get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation. However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal, it had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the Fiend Immortal. Miao Mingshen and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the Fiend Immortal. Just think about it, this mysterious Fiend Immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this Fiend Immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the Fiend Immortal inside the formation. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this Fiend Immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Mingshen and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the fiend Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Court's lifespan extension method? According to the Celestial Court's lifespan extension method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sigh, how can we estimate a Venerable's methods? Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Mingshen, saying solemnly, but I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a Gu Immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores. Miao Mingshen and the rest stopped sighing. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange. Because even with Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua, there was still one vacancy. As for the other Gu Immortals, other than Shen Clan's group, there were Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Mingshen's group. Shen Clan had bullied them, Ren Xiaoping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gue Qiyi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Mingshen laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression, Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it. What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shen Clan's Gu Immortals can come, it will be safer. Saying so, Miao Mingshen added, of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gue Qiyi and the other Immortals' expressions changed, some wanted to say something but since Miao Mingshen said so, they had nothing to say. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshen was indeed Miao Mingshen. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded, I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the 4 of you to guard 1 formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other Gu Immortals to join us. Miao Mingshen continued, I am friends with Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision. Fang Yuan nodded, that would be for the best. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained several information path mortal Gu from Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen not only wrote letters to Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi, he also wrote letters to his enemies, Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, to help Fang Yuan invite them. Fang Yuan read the contents of the letters several times, he did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshen expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshen in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshen's letters were just icing on the cake, there was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fang Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshen objected, Fang Yuan would invite other Gu Immortals. Miao Mingshen clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable, he chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. If he was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua was extremely smooth. Fang Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuan supported Miao Mingshen's group on the merit board, even Shen Zongsheng was suppressed by them, everyone saw that. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua, she was hesitant, she said that she needed to consider it. Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking, he was much faster than Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tua. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fang Yuan, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Shen Clan's Gu Immortals was the rank 8 Gu Immortal Shen Tsongsheng. Without his permission, the other Shen Clan Gu Immortals would not dare to side with Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan soon met with Shen Tsongsheng. Fellow Immortal Chu Ying. This time, Shen Tsongsheng's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chu Ying has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Guyue Fangzheng. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this Dragon Whale Paradise, there is a rank 8 immortal Gu, Echo Worm. This Gu is extremely useful to me, Shen Tsongsheng, and even Shen Clan. I have been searching for it for many years, but to no avail. Shen Clan is willing to cooperate with Chu Ying. If you see this Gu in the Merit Obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this Gu during a mission, my Shen Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this Gu. Shen Clan will reward you handsomely. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Echo Worm. This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical Gu list. It can make a sound and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 Echo Worm can already enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this Dragon Whale Paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Shen Tsongsheng laughed loudly. Chu Ying, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Shen Clan's reputation. You can use Gu worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Shen Clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chu Ying. Saying so, Shen Tsongsheng took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fang Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Gu was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Gu on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Shen Tsongsheng could fill the gap. It was something that Fang Yuan urgently needed. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Shen Tsongsheng continued, I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a super Gu formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you. Maybe the Echo Worm is inside. Even if it is not, Shen Clan's Gu Immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission. Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sea Area. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Mingshen and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged. He was still at rank 7 level, his body was covered in a layer of green light, his eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal Gu flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fang Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The Gu Immortals had complex expressions, even Shen Tsongsheng was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods, he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu-Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path Gu immortals need to use immortal Gu to set up an immortal formation. But Chu-Ying is a formation path grandmaster, he only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The Gu immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Mingshen and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu-Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shen family after this mission was over and rely on Fang Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Mingshen's group by his side. Even Tu Tu Tua and Zheng Luozi's relationship with Fang Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu-Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me, who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu-Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fang Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones, even though it was set up in the air. Once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Sure, sure. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited Gu immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between Gu immortals. Fang Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3, as Gu immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw Domination Copper, Earthly Limit Astral Chi, Green Jade Wind Flow, Dark Ink Stone, Heaven Flying Jade. Fang Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal Gu on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Fang Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Fang Yuan could afford them. Thus, Fang Yuan's behavior, in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other Gu immortals, was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shen Zongsheng and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Fang Yuan according to the characteristics of the Gu immortals. For example, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Fang Yuan placed weaker Gu immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. And Shen Tsongsheng's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path Gu formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move, Refinement Rain Formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as Gu worms were refined by Fang Yuan. Shen Tsongsheng and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move. Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move, does chewing cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The Gu immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, and these elite Gu immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these Gu immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Tsongsheng's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chu Ying. Shen Tsongsheng had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used Rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his Rank 8 aura, pretending to be Rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Langya sect and obtained Rank 8 Immortal Gu Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to southern border and used this killer move to refine Chi Chu Yu's formation, capturing many Gu immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also Rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Tsongsheng could not see the true essence of Rank 8. The power of a Rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret Gu and the other immortal Gu in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other Gu immortals. But now, even Shen Tsongsheng was invited. Fang Yuan was not afraid of the other Gu immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fang Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Its body was flat like a disc. It was yellowish-brown in color. It had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is territory goo. When a goo immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the goo immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this goo. Territory goo was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 territory goo. The village would plant this goo underground, and a goo master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory goo was a practical goo worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual goo masters did not pursue this goo. Territory immortal goo was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This goo was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this goo worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fang Yuan could use territory immortal goo to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome, I need to make some deductions. Everyone, rest for now. Fang Yuan said. The obstacle of territory goo was not just a problem for Fang Yuan, it was also a problem for the other goo immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The goo immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chewing would be able to continue refining it. What a joke, this is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself, how can Chewing possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right, even though Chewing is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The goo immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan encountered a problem, they let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was stuck, their benefits were affected too. The goo immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The immortals were surprised, this was too fast. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly, the supplementary formation started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Mingshan supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fang Yuan said to the two of them, next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist. Miao Mingshan and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate Refinement Rain, instead, he controlled the immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fang Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fang Yuan continued to activate Refinement Rain. A moment later, he successfully refined the territory goo. After passing through this checkpoint, the immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shen Tsongsheng and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing! I didn't expect Chewing to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary, it can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation, but a type of changing formation. Fang Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu were successfully refined by Fang Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation in myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fang Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. Guh. A moment later, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart, the Gu immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed, even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry, I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured Gu immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chuing could do this, it far surpassed their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation, thus, during this process, Gu worms were destroyed from time to time. But the immortal Gu inside were well protected by Fang Yuan, he successfully kept them. As for the mortal Gu, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Mingshen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation, they could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Fang Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes, they could see what Gu worms Fang Yuan obtained. So many Gu worms. I saw many lost Earth Path mortal Gu, they were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a Gu master. There are also immortal Gu, oh heavens, there are 8 immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu are rank 7, there are very few rank 6 immortal Gu. They were all taken by Chuing. That's right, he did not give us any. The Gu immortals watched as Fang Yuan took the immortal Gu with dazed gazes, some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal Gu were Earth Path immortal Gu, they were not suitable for them. But immortal Gu were unique, they could be exchanged in the future. Tuo's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path Gu immortal, seeing the Earth Path immortal Gu being kept by Fang Yuan, his mouth was dry, his heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved, he wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them. But his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shen Zongshen could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, Tuo could only sigh, he swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly, he wanted to obtain these immortal Gu. He knew that he was not indispensable, he had to cooperate closely with Chuing and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chuing, he would be able to transact immortal Gu with Chuing in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chuing cultivated transformation path and formation path, he did not cultivate earth path. Thus, Chuing had a high desire to sell the immortal Gu. The pitiful Tuo did not know that Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster, it was even higher than his. Fang Yuan dismantled the formation. The first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal goo. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you, my saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am Tuo, I am very interested in the Earth Path immortal goo that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me, I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one, his mood was very calm. He had too many immortal goo. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal goo that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal goo were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal goo left. For example, the core immortal goo of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, Goo Suppression and Bone Lock, the 2-time path cores of Moment Stages 1 Instant and That Time, the immortal goo of Eternal Yacht's Immortal Goo Hung, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal goo of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal Goo Day and Moonchild. Most of these immortal goo were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal goo, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special. It was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fang Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell, its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many goo immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the goo immortals to attack while he and a few goo immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left, now that it was being attacked by the immortals, including a rank 8 goo immortal like Shen Tsongsheng. Its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The immortals stopped attacking one after another, their morale fell, they were all affected by regret goo. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved, his eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret goo, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shen Tsongsheng shouted, temporarily suppressing regret goo's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal Killer move, grand explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the immortals. Shen Zongsheng got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Shen Shang. Shen Zongsheng said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Shen Shang. Shen Shang was the most outstanding Gu immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, a wisdom path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Shen Shang cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Seas Gu immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a venerable. However, Shen Shang chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent, even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Shen Shang continued to commit crimes, he became more and more unrestrained, he was a righteous path Gu immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world was kept in the dark, he and Shen clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shen clan did not dare to announce it, they could only announce that Shen Shang had died from tribulation. After Shen Zongsheng captured Guyue Fangzheng, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Shen Shang and ransoming Guyue Fangzheng. Shen Zongsheng thus learned that Shen Shang was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Zongsheng mobilized all of Shen clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Mingshen's group and leaked some clues about the blue dragon whale. Shen clan obtained this information and sent Shen Zongsheng personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Mingshen could find the location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Zongsheng and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shen Zongsheng came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Shen Shang's location. After several missions, Shen clan's Gu immortal Shen Qi found the clue of Regret Crying Sea. Shen Zongsheng guessed that the devil immortal in the Crying Sea of Regret was most likely Shen Shang. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Chu Ying had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Shen Shang. This shocked Shen Zongsheng, and he hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. He pretended to tell Fang Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fang Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fang Yuan also brought Shen Zongsheng to the Sea of Regret. Shen Zongsheng had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Shen Shang. Other than Shen clan's Gu immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miao Mingshen and the rest had grim expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Zongsheng was a rank 8 Gu immortal to begin with, and now, he had Shen Shang as well. Shen Shang was also a rank 8, back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him, he definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Shen Shang, Shen clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea righteous path, Shen clan became the only super force that had 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Shen clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge, it brought countless benefits to Shen clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Zongsheng was moved, he immediately released Fangzheng, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qi Si ancestors' hint to hand Fangzheng to him. You are a descendant of my Shen clan? Xianxia floated in the air, looking at Shen Zongsheng. His eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. That's right, you are a member of my Shen clan. What year is it now? Xianxia's voice was hoarse, it was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a gray robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body, it was extremely powerful. Shen Zongsheng answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Xianxia sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end. Sigh, his attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Xianxia sighed, he looked at Feng Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. Good, it seems that my Shen clan has many geniuses. Next, his gaze focused on Feng Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot, you have made great contributions to my Shen clan. Are you willing to join Shen clan and become an external supreme elder? He actually wanted to recruit Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a formation path grandmaster was what Shen clan needed. And from his formation path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a formation path great grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Zongsheng cupped his fists at Feng Yuan. He added, Chuing, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving ancestor Xianxia is extremely important to my Shen clan, I hope you can understand. Feng Yuan nodded, he had a calm expression, there was even a hint of a smile on his lips. Of course I understand, if I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen clan is recruiting me? He. Feng Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Zongsheng said coldly, Chuing, what do you mean by that smile? Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. What ability does your Shen clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy. Shen Zongsheng's gaze turned cold. His Shen clan was an Eastern Sea super force, it had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas, it even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you? Humph, Chuing, don't be arrogant. My Shen clan is recruiting you because ancestor Xianxia is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiao, Shen Qi, and the rest spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formation and met up with Xianxia and Shen Zongsheng. Xianxia's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent, he stared at Feng Yuan and said coldly, Chuing, right? I need to remind you, you were brought here by the merit obelisk, you are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods, you cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years, I am not restricted by the merit obelisk, any one of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingshen and the rest changed, their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Feng Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Feng Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Mingshen and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light, he lowered his voice and said furiously, You are courting death, go and die. Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Feng Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast, at the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation crumbled instantly, it could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky, it was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings, Miao Mingshen and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath, Miao Mingshen and the rest had ashen expressions, they were extremely unsightly. Xianxia's attack was definitely at rank 8 level, it was extremely powerful. In their eyes, there was little hope of Chu Ying surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chu Ying, they were more worried about themselves. Because Xianxia had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Mingshen and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive. Shen Zongsheng squinted, he knew the inside story. Xianxia's main cultivation path was not sound path, the sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead, I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise, he does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8, this person really does not know how to write the word death, Xianxiao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chu Ying stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back, he still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk, he could not help but exclaim, rank 8 immortal Gu house. The other Gu immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this immortal Gu house, who in the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship, who is he? Xianxiao was tongue-tied. The immortals' gazes were fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Huadai even shouted in shock, it is Fang Yuan. She was too shocked, she had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them, but such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth, some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingshen gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance, he was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shen Zongsheng's expression was pale, he gritted his teeth, in just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shen Zongsheng's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the celestial court, he even dared to kill them, what could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan, I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Zongsheng sighed inwardly, his clan's luck was terrible, why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Zongsheng feel confident, he was panicking internally. At this time, Shen Zongsheng heard Shen Shang's question, who is Fang Yuan? Shen Zongsheng looked at Shen Shang, Shen Shang had a confused expression. He was very strange. This Gu immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level, it was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Shen Shang also looked at Shen Zongsheng, his gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, you are a grand rank 8, you are actually afraid of a rank 7, what are you afraid of? Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura, he was still concealing it. Shen Zongsheng blinked his eyes, his heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person, how could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court. He had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. He was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court Gu immortals. He was ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 Gu immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shen Zongsheng handed an information path Mortal Gu to Shen Shang. It contained all the information he knew about Fang Yuan. Shen Shang received the Mortal Gu and scanned it with his divine sense. He had a completely different expression when he looked at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you, ha ha ha, interesting. Shen Shang's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world, this is great, this way. I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fang Yuan's information not only did not make Shen Shang wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Shen Shang's performance, Shen Zongsheng suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shen Shang here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Zongsheng's eyes. Damn it! The alarm in Shen Zongsheng's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shen Zongsheng had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad year flying warship. Shen Zongsheng did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of immortal Gu houses. Activating immortal killer moves would waste time, but directly mobilizing the immortal Gu house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad year flying warship flew over again. Fang Yuan dispatched the myriad year flying warship and ignored Shen Zongsheng, only looking for trouble with Shen Shang. Of course, Shen Shang did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad year flying warship. For a moment, he was chased around by myriad year flying warship. Shen Zongsheng and the Shen clan Gu immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it! Shen Zongsheng gritted his teeth. In this way, the advantage that the Shen family had in numbers could not be brought into play and could only sit and watch as Fang Yuan and Shen Shang fought. As for Miao Mingshen and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shen Huai, as an ancestor of the Shen family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fang Yuan entered the myriad year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had many subordinates but he could not let them out. Myriad year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Shen clan. Humph, Junior, you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high and he was extremely fast. He could directly circle around myriad year flying warship. While he was escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally used it now. Immortal killer move. Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm, it was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither. It was simple yet sorrowful. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang, who were at the edge of the battlefield, heard it and started crying. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest also had sorrowful expressions. They could not control their emotions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad-year flying warship shined brightly as it blocked the power of Night Song for him. But Xianxia had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song not to deal with the Gu immortals in the battlefield, but to create an environment for the battlefield. The song enveloped the sea and sky, traces of dusk mist spread out from the sound waves and spread throughout the battlefield. After a few breaths of time, the entire regret-crying sea area turned pitch black. The Gu immortals were trapped here, they could not even see their own fingers, their ears were filled with the mournful night song, their morale plummeted. If they continued to listen, they would be slaughtered. Even though Fang Yuan was not affected much, the surroundings were pitch black, he lost his target. Fang Yuan immediately used investigative methods to sense Xianxia's location. Xianxia seemed to have sensed it, he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you fell for it. Saying so, he activated another killer move, Sentimental Sorrow. Fang Yuan grunted, he was actually hit by the move. He could not help but feel shocked, he quickly recognized, this is a human path killer move. No wonder my myriad-year flying warship could not defend against it. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense, they could give the Gu immortal strong defense and were very safe. But this defense was not without shortcomings. When Fang Yuan designed myriad-year flying warship, he considered most paths, but human path was his shortcoming, he did not have human path grandmaster attainment level back then. By the time he reached this attainment level, myriad-year flying warship had already been constructed, the situation was already set, he could only make minor adjustments and could not improve it greatly. One of the main reasons was that Fang Yuan lacked a human path immortal Gu that specialized in defense. Xianxia definitely has a high-rank human path immortal Gu. After Fang Yuan was hit, he immediately understood a portion of the enemy's details. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He did not know much about Xianxia, but Xianxia was familiar with Fang Yuan's information. Fang Yuan had trump cards of course, like rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light qi, and so on. But he planned to hide these methods, he did not want to expose them now. In this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Shen Zongsheng, Miao Mingshen, and Ren Xiaoping. If they learned of these secrets, once they left this paradise, they would easily spread outside. Thus, Fang Yuan wanted to use the methods that he had already exposed to fight the enemy. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying towards Xianxia. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Xianxia laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords, he did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Xianxia's body surged with a mystical aura, his life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing! The clan's records were not wrong, ancestor Xianxia was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Zongsheng saw this and sighed inwardly. When Xianxia was young, he was a healer. When he was a Gu master, he started to roam Eastern Sea, and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees, he was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts, but Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a Gu immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds, they were hard to heal. But Xianxia had human path methods, he healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Xianxia saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Xianxia's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right, the Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand. The fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Huan tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Hua and situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Xianxia used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat while dispersing the daybreak flying swords. At the same time, he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Xianxia was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fang Yuan. You think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Ha ha ha, watch carefully. Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move, light injury. Xianxia grunted. He was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Xianxia's killer move was too strange. It was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Xianxia was being chased by myriad year flying warship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Xianxia hide in the darkness. His attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Xianxia also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Xianxia. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Xianxia continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating Gu immortals dumbfounded. Miao Mingshen and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad-year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Xianxia actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing! Shen Congsheng was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shen Clan. Miao Mingshen's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Xianxia's attack seemed to be able to bypass this immortal Gu house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Xianxia is a genuine rank 8. Gue Qi, Tu Tu Tua, and the rest were very confused. This Xianxia was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack Immortal Gu. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his Gu worms? At this moment, Xianxia's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal Gu and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Xianxia. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge grey stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, the grey stone giant only captured Xianxia and did not attack him. The grey stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Xianxia. It made Xianxia retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Xianxia dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad-year flying warship and the grey stone giant cooperated, chasing and intercepting Xianxia. Xianxia was already having a hard time dodging myriad-year flying warship. Now that there was a grey stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Xianxia would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shockwaves affected Miao Mingshen and the rest, as well as the Shen clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tua, Gue Qi, and the rest. After them were the Shen clan immortals, Miao Mingshen, and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shen Congsheng was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shen Congsheng's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Xianxia's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment, he has many thoughts in his mind, he is multitasking. In this aspect, I am too far behind. Xianxia gritted his teeth. At this point, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Xianxia and unleashed a time path killer move. Xianxia was caught off guard, he could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down, his time flow was slowed down by half. The gray stone giant took the chance to grab Xianxia and slowly retracted its hand. Xianxia laughed loudly, his hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were red but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the gray stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Xianxia tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Xianxia's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him, it was harmless to him. Xianxia struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Xianxia saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Xianxia lived up to his status, he was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally, he was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable, they were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle, all of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Ah! Xianxia screamed, his expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Xianxia's current state was a little strange, he was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black, the darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Xianxia's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy, saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Xianxia's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the gray stone giant's hands, the gray stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire, they were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder, the black fire was strange and powerful, it was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The gray stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire, they rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Xianxia frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange, they could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat, this sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire, they screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad-year flying warship to retreat. Xianxia, who was no longer restrained by the gray stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Xianxia called out to his ancestor a few times, but Xianxia turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Xianxia also began to wisely retreat. Just as the two immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the two immemorial year beasts and raising them up. The remaining 40% of the underwater formation let out an unprecedented roar, operating at full power. The platinum pillar of light fiercely expanded, enveloping Xianxia. The black fire continued to burn on Xianxia and the two immemorial year beasts, but the platinum pillar of light firmly imprisoned them. Such a change stunned Xianxia. Fang Yuan suddenly made a move, the daybreak swords flew out again, piercing through the platinum pillar of light and stabbing Xianxia. Stop! Seeing his ancestor being attacked by Fang Yuan, Xianxia shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan sneered, the flying swords became even more ferocious. This strange black fire was clearly extremely dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that the underwater formation took the initiative to attack, as if it was afraid of the sea water touching the black fire. Xianxia could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan had a thought, the flying swords flew out in two groups, attacking his immemorial year beasts. The black fire continued to burn under the attack of the daybreak swords, its momentum decreased by a very small amount. Daybreak swords was a rank 8 killer move, but it was actually almost ineffective. Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water qi still had a strange aura, it did not belong to any path. The silver-white water qi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Xianxia was still going crazy under it, the two immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fang Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water qi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fang Yuan immediately changed his attack style and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water qi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water qi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Xianxia and the two immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fang Yuan stopped after a while, he wisely started to change his methods. If it were other Gu immortals, they would have given up already, but Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths, he had an astonishing number of immortal Gu, he had many attainment levels in different paths, he could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fang Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The two immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fang Yuan soon only had Xianxia as his target. Wait, wait! Fang Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Xianxia could not watch it anymore, he shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Xianxia with a smile. Shen clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state, he is insane like a beast, his mind is not clear, it is the same as described on the merit obelisk. You still want to save him? Xianxia was silent, he took a deep look at Xianxia, who was trapped in the light pillar, and made up his mind, I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if Ancestor Xianxia fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fang Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Xianxia took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big, and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with veined patterns. These veined patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled, so it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now, the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the Gu Immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kong Ju. Old Immortal Kong Ju was one of the 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters, comparable to Long Hair Ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a Gu Immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by Gu Immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took this stomach pouch from Shen Zongsheng's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fang Yuan inspected it and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shen Zongsheng. Next, he smiled. What else is there? Shen Zongsheng breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty, and this, catch it. He tossed the black rod to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shen Zongsheng, who was a pure sound path Gu Immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan by a head. It was as thick as a goose egg and had a rough surface. It was not light and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fang Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant. But it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks. Some had 5 corners while others had 2, they were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. Falling star rod tree. Fang Yuan said. Shen Zongsheng nodded, praising, Fang Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable. This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery. It was extremely rare since ancient times, there were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu Immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem. The benefits it brought would increase every year. Over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Shen Zongsheng almost had an illusion. It was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. What else? Fang Yuan smiled. These alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Zongsheng gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you. This time, he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump, it continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water, even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison. They advanced at one moment and retreated at the next. They advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, advancing and retreating tidal water. That's right, this was one of the 3 waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure Blue Fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water, I can give them all to you. Shen Zongsheng stated his price. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Shen clan is indeed worthy of being a superforce of Eastern Sea, your assets are truly impressive. Shen Zongsheng smiled, thank you for your praise. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, but this is not enough. Not enough? Shen Zongsheng's pupils shrunk, his expression was unsightly. Fang Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Shen Shang. Shen Shang was still roaring crazily. Shen Zongsheng looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy, he is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal, we both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan. Shen Zongsheng shouted. What? Fang Yuan waved his hand, a large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Shen Shang. Shen Zongsheng almost crushed his teeth. Alright, what other requests do you have, Immortal Gu? I am not so greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high, I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials, the more the better, and the larger the scale, the better. Shen Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea, it controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas, it is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shen Zongsheng's expression was grim, then what can our Shen Clan get? A crazy rank 8? And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shen Zongsheng was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Shen Shang's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shen Clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality, they could not differentiate between friend and foe, these rank 8s were only a burden, they were the laughing stock of others, they might even cause Shen Clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Shen Shang's hidden danger, Shen Zongsheng was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Shen Shang, his sincerity was evident. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Shen Shang, he is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so, he paused, of course, what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Oh? Shen Zongsheng immediately showed an expression of interest, what do you mean? In the current world, earth veins are constantly moving, the 5 regions are united, it will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shen Clan is in Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources, its wealth moves people's hearts, even when the 5 regional walls existed, Gu immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, in this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shen Clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course, we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources, while I have more freedom. Central continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions, when they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shen Clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea's super forces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is paradise, Earth's true inheritance, and Xianxiang, far away is central continent's eastern sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Zongsheng silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, he floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the super forces. Shen clan was a super force in Eastern Sea, but in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shen Zongsheng was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included super forces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless super forces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, super forces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every Gu immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shen Zongsheng was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shen clan. In fact, Xianxia was a little worried that Shen clan did not have the qualifications. Because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Xianxia and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shen clan's immortal Gu house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shen Zongsheng would have confidence. Shen Zongsheng knew, Shen clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions chaotic war, Shen clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shen Zongsheng was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shen clan had to deal with a super force of the same level? For example, Xia clan, Kai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. The Shen family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the 5 regions chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shen family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on celestial court time and time again. Not only was the Shen family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shen family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shen family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk, but was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary, the benefits were the most important. Shen Zongsheng was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shen Zongsheng would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefits. And what Shen Zongsheng admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miao Mingshen and himself. From this, Shen Songshen could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path Gu immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shen Songshen nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. He, alright, why not take a gamble? In the future, we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Shen Shang regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shen Songshen showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore, he retreated slowly. All right. Shen, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fang Yuan stabbed Shen Shang, even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him, Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the light pillar and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left. After Shen Shang broke out of it, there was a huge flaw in it. When Fang Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued, before Shen Shang died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal Gu inside might be implicated. As for which immortal Gu would be damaged or destroyed, Fang Yuan could not decide. If Regret Gu was destroyed, Fang Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shen Songshen cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan, the platinum light pillar dissipated, Shen Shang regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shen Songshen shouted as he retreated. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship as he retreated cautiously. Shen Shang was still screaming, he was in a frenzied state, there was no sign of him waking up. Shen Songshen, do you need help? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shen Songshen stared at Shen Shang, the other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. Alright. Fang Yuan said as he moved Myriad Year Flying Warship even further away. Right at this time, Shen Shang suddenly moved, his body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shen Songshen shouted as he chased. Fang Yuan also controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase. But Shen Shang was extremely fast, Myriad Year Flying Warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Year Flying Warship to block Shen Shang. Using this gap, Shen Shang flew out of Regret Crying Sea area completely. Shen Songshen and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songshen's expression was ashen, he almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method, he had already experienced it before, it was to prevent foreign Gu immortals from roaming around, thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Shen Shang, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Songshen. The two could only watch as Shen Shang flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Songshen's expression was stiff, after gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile, in that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled, Brother Shen, don't worry too much, although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings, there will definitely be more missions, like this time, to eliminate your ancestor Shen Shang. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, Shen Songshen nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Mingshen and the rest, including Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuo. The other group was Shen Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again, he is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals who can help each other. Especially with Ancestor Shenshang, Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh, Shen Clan's Gu immortals discussed softly, while Miao Mingshen's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk, they were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed, Fang Yuan and Shen Zongsheng appeared. We are back. Why don't I see Ancestor Shenshang? Fang Yuan is still alive, oh no. The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. He, Fang Yuan, thank you for your information, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Zongsheng sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand, this is my sincerity. I said it before, if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The 2 of you were fighting earlier, why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is Ancestor Shenshang? The Gu immortals were shocked. Shen Zongsheng laughed loudly, I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, we will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's Gu immortals were stunned. Shen Zongsheng nodded, emphasizing, this is the agreement I made, hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder, this. The immortals looked at each other. Shen Zongsheng's expression turned solemn as he said, this is an order. Shen Clan's Gu immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's Gu immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Shen Clan Gu immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials, but it did not matter, Fang Yuan's Gu refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen Clan Gu immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Zongsheng looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too. Ren Xiaoping could not believe it, his expression was dark. Shen Zongsheng's gaze was cold as he nodded, Shen Clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shen Clan agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuan, what does that have to do with me? I am relying on you, but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Zongsheng saw Ren Xiaoping's hesitation and smiled, do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen Clan's reputation is not worth your trust? Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiaoping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fang Yuan. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the 2 getting along so well. Shen Zongsheng was the leader of the righteous path, while Fang Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the 2 of them to have such a good relationship and be so open and above board? Shen Zongsheng heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fang Yuan's sincerity, but he also believed that the price to ask for Fang Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shen Zongsheng quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shen Zongsheng, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale immortal goo recycling mission. At the next moment, he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the immortal goo. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich, it listed the price of each immortal goo in detail. Fang Yuan counted the quantity, it was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully and found that this mission was simply made for him by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the immortal goo he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fang Yuan learned from this that among the immortal goo he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 immortal goo, most rank 7 immortal goo were rank 6 immortal goo, followed by rank 6 immortal goo. The price of each immortal goo was very high, even the lowest rank 6 immortal goo was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions, some were filled with envy and jealousy, they could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fang Yuan only needed to hand over 1 rank 6 immortal goo and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated in the past. Alright. They had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shockwaves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed, they did not gain anything at all. But look at Fang Yuan. His gains were a large number of immortal goo, if he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. The immortals felt stifled in their hearts, they were indignant and even resentful, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of this demon, Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest were still fine, but Shen Clan's Gu immortals, Ren Xiaoping, and Tong Hua felt like they were wronged. You only lost some immortal essence, what about us? We even handed over most of our immortal materials. What the hell was this? There were no gains and we had to pay for it, this was a terrible experience. Fang Yuan did not want to hand over a single immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, there would be no other opportunities like this. If he wanted merit points, he could continue earning them, why was there a need to give up precious immortal goo for instant benefits? These immortal goo were mostly earth path, for ordinary goo immortals, they did not fit their path, they needed resources to raise them, they would naturally want to give them away. But Fang Yuan was different. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shen clan, you need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shen clan's boat, you want to leave? Hehe, it won't be so easy. Fang Yuan naturally knew about Shen Zongsheng's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were taken by Shen Zongsheng, they were not Fang Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fang clan took in Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine, what was wrong with Shen clan taking in Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing, it directly unified Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, using Huang Jin's super forces as the main theme, it wanted to take in all the Northern Plains lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court, they had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Gu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects, they were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Mingshen and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw two sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The two seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the two sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects. Life was rare. It was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fang Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the two sea areas. We need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingshen nodded. That makes sense. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingshen and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingshen actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continue to follow Fang Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around, investigating on their own. Only Fang Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time, it was not so troublesome. Fang Yuan annexed the whole of Langya Blessed Land. He had the outstanding long hair refinement path formation. What he needed to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation needed to be adjusted, but Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. Right now, he only needed to stay here and place Regret Gu in the empty core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a demon of the present age, aren't we too close to him? While investigating, Gue Qi flew to Miao Mingshen's side with a worried expression. Miao Mingshen patted Gue Qi's shoulder. Old Gue, you want to ask me why I treat Fang Yuan with such an attitude, almost like I am his subordinate, right? Gue Qi smiled embarrassedly. Lord is wise. Miao Mingshen's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I have no choice. This is the first time I entered Dragon Whale Paradise, but an accident occurred. Now that Shen clan has discovered this place, do you think they will let go of this treasure land and allow us to explore it again in the future? According to the nature of a super clan, of course they will take it for themselves. Gue Qi said without hesitation. That's right. Bright light flashed in Miao Mingshen's eyes. If we go out this time, we will definitely be suppressed by Shen clan and forced to surrender. If we can't, we will be killed. But now, other than submitting to Shen clan, we have another choice. Lord is referring to Fang Yuan. I understand, Lord is thinking far ahead. I am slow-witted. Gue Qi realized at once. As a lone immortal, he knew that Dragon Whale Paradise was a treasure land that Shen clan would definitely attack in the future. One Ren Xiaoping was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shen clan. Miao Mingshen chose to submit to Fang Yuan because he wanted to use his reputation to protect himself, to preserve his freedom as a lone immortal. In the future, if Shen clan wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider Fang Yuan's feelings. In the worst case, he would give up on his lone immortal status and submit to Shen clan or Fang Yuan. This would give him some space to maneuver. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who submitted to Shen clan so early. Without any external pressure, Shen clan would be able to completely suppress them. If Shen Zongsheng asked them to hand over the immortal materials, could they refuse? Would they dare to refuse? When the immortals gathered around Fang Yuan had already placed Regret Gu in place. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals had already gathered. They were sharpening their blades and had high morale. They were planning to refine it. Fang Yuan's time path clone was organizing the immortal material inventory. He was modifying the immortal Gu recipe according to the current immortal materials. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had to do it himself, but now, with the help of the entire Langya sect, he did not need to interfere. Thus, he saved a lot of time. Chapter 1926. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation buzzed, fire surged into the sky inside the formation, waves of heat spread everywhere. A rank 6 immortal goo was bathed in the fire, floating in the air, its surface was melting like wax. Stabilize. Land Spirit of Langia was in charge of the formation. He called out, "Open the door, put in the immortal materials." The hairy man goo immortal in charge of the other formation cores immediately opened the door. Thus, balls of dog poop slowly flew out from the warehouse door. These dog feces were all immortal materials. Some were shining with starlight, like blue diamonds, they were the feces of the star desolate hound. Some had sharp spikes on the surface, they were the feces of the remnant heavenly hound. Some were white and flawless like white jade, they were the feces of the jade statue white hound. The star desolate hound was a desolate beast, the remnant heavenly hound and the jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog feces flew into the fire, melting rapidly. Some turned into smoke, some into liquid. The formation activated, the three hairy man goo immortals worked together to deal with these dog feces immortal materials. First, smoke spread, attaching to the surroundings of the rank 6 immortal goo. Next, liquid flowed and gathered into one. Land Spirit of Langia took action at the later stage of the goo refinement. It was terrifyingly stable. However, right when it was about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material was fused, something unexpected happened. The fire changed color, the rank 7 incomplete immortal goo inside quickly crumbled. Land Spirit of Langia was shocked, he quickly activated the formation. Regret goo worked, the color of the fire in the formation changed back to normal. Not just that, the rank 7 incomplete immortal goo also returned to normal. All that was lost was that final portion of immortal material. The hairy men quickly stabilized their emotions, continuing to refine goo. After 15 minutes, the fire in the formation dissipated, the rank 6 immortal goo successfully advanced to rank 7. Rank 7, Dog Feces Luck. The hairy man goo immortals were very excited. Land Spirit of Langia was also filled with emotions. Their refinement path strength was already unparalleled in the world. Now that they had regret goo, they were like dragons flying in the sky, their advantage was unstoppable. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Feng Yuan sat on the clouds, watching Miao Mingshan fly up and down with Feng Jiang and the rest. The ecology of the two seas had more or less been adjusted. The final obstacle was that between the two great sea regions, there was still a shattered space. Miao Mingshan was trying his best to get rid of this void. As long as he could get rid of it, the two sea regions would be able to unite harmoniously. Miao Mingshan was a space path goo immortal, dealing with this shattered space was his specialty. Feng Yuan and the others were happy to be free. Oh! Dog shit luck immortal goo also succeeded. Good progress. Feng Yuan sensed the movements in the sovereign immortal aperture. While his main body was doing the merit mission, the sovereign immortal aperture had already refined 3 immortal goo. The progress could be said to be very fast. Ordinary goo immortals used years to refine goo, they had to be careful and cautious during the process, the risks were huge. Feng Yuan's current situation was completely different. Land Spirit of Langia, hairy man goo immortals, long hair refinement path formation, regret goo, and abundant immortal materials allowed him to refine goo with ease. The 3 immortal goo that were successfully refined were luck path. They were obtained by Feng Yuan after he dismantled cooking luck pot. Luck path was the focus now. The newly refined dog shit luck immortal goo was once Giant Sun Immortal's vital immortal goo. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6, it could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Feng Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now, he had higher requirements for immortal goo, he needed suitable high-rank immortal goo. Rank 6 was too low, rank 7 was barely enough, rank 8 was the most suitable. But Fang Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 immortal goo. The investment was too huge, the risk was too high, it was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely, the external environment was very harsh. If he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, his situation would only worsen. Right now, he could barely use rank 7 immortal goo. Furthermore, these rank 7 luck path immortal goo needed to be refined into cooking luck pot again. Rank 7 cooking luck pot could also affect rank 8 immortal goo. Ha! Miao Mingshan suddenly shouted, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingshan spewed out an azure light halo, the light spread out, everywhere it went, the shattered space was smoothed out, the space was unified, there was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods, I cannot compare to you. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had space path immortal goo and many space path methods, he even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of space path. But compared to Miao Mingshan, even if Fang Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingshan. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingshan cultivated space path, while Fang Yuan had invested very little in space path, he had little progress. Miao Mingshan quickly cupped his fists, Lord is too kind, Mingshan is ashamed. Fang Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries, the immortals returned to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Fang Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingshan was second. Fang Yuan's merit ranking rose again, he reached the top. Miao Mingshan and the rest were speechless. They saw that Fang Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the two positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Fang Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other Gu Immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Fang Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Fang Yuan's merit points continued to rise, it was increasing steadily. Miao Mingshan and the rest were relying on him. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fang Yuan's mess. This kind of cooperation allowed Fang Yuan to maintain his position at the top, it was getting firmer and firmer. Miao Mingshan's group also benefited from this, their merit points gradually surpassed Shen Clan's Gu Immortals, they became the second group. And the first group naturally only had Fang Yuan. Shen Zongsheng did not ask Fang Yuan for help, he completed many mid-sized missions within the time limit and returned to the right track. His luck was quite good, he received 1 or 2 sound path missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to imitate the power of other paths. Shen Zongsheng was a rank 8 after all, his cultivation level and methods were all there. When Shen Zongsheng's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's Calamity Luck Altar was assembled again. Rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar. This was a top-grade immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal himself, it could already affect rank 8s. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to check his luck. Boom! He heard a loud explosion, Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a huge pillar of fire clouds, it was burning fiercely as it soared into the sky, it looked like it was going to prop up heaven and earth. His luck was like a huge pillar, it was burning intensely, the flames were blood red. On the surface of the pillar, there were many flames with traces of black at the end. I have rank 8 strength, my battle strength rivals Duke Long, I also have a large number of immortal Gu houses, and killer moves, thus my luck is extremely vast. The flames are blood red, it represents slaughter. The tail of the flames is black, it represents the death tribulation. The black chi of the death tribulation is spreading on the surface of the pillar, it means that the death came from the outside. It is undoubtedly the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has not repaired Fate Gu yet. Once it succeeds, the Black Death Chi will expand by many times, it will eventually corrode my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. Inside the pillar of fire, there were all sorts of images appearing as the flames burned. At times it was a red lotus, at times it was a white crane, at times it was a beast phantom, at times it was soil. Fang Yuan was about to investigate further when his vision blurred. Immediately, his body and mind shook, he felt a sweetness in his throat, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries, he looked up and saw a cooking luck pot floating above him, it was filled with luck, there was a huge crack on the outside that was leaking luck out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. His luck was too strong, even the rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar could barely take a peek at it. If he peeked for too long, not only would he suffer a backlash, Calamity Luck Altar would also be damaged. The newly constructed Calamity Luck Altar had to be repaired. The crack was huge, the damage was not light, if left alone, the crack would continue to expand, he had to repair it immediately. Observing his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was excellent, this was not strange, he had a deep foundation and also had luck path attainment. He was worried that the hidden danger had already appeared, if he did not stop Fate Gu's repair, Fang Yuan's crisis would become greater. Secondly, even though the fire cloud pillar was burning intensely, it was only temporary. This kind of burning luck might be invincible for a short period of time, but it would not last long. After it was completely burned, there would be a period of low luck. But that was in the distant future. Fang Yuan deduced, at least when Central Continent repaired Fate Gu, his luck would maintain this state, it might even strengthen further. Fang Yuan continued to accept missions, while the refinement path Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture started to refine strength path Immortal Gu. Missions to clear the black fire appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Xianxia escaped regret crying sea area, but he was still going crazy, he unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire, he immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn, even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the black fire appeared one after another, they were completed by Fang Yuan, Shen Zongxing, and the rest. Have you noticed, these missions are getting rarer recently? On this day, Shen Zongxing dealt with the black fire while conversing with Fang Yuan. Your ancestor, Shen Shang, is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Zongxing had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 Gu Immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Shen Shang? Ancestor, this is great, you finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fang Yuan, we will work together. Shen Zongxing was overjoyed, he quickly went to welcome him. Chapter 1927. For super clans, there were no eternal friends or enemies in this world. This was the way of survival for super forces. If they did not follow this principle, super forces would not survive for long. Shen Clan was naturally not such a force, because it had existed even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it had grown during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era and had existed for a long time. As a former member of Shen Clan, Shen Shang did not object to the alliance between Shen Clan and Fang Yuan, he was even happy about it. Because there were no formation path Gu Immortals among this group of people from Shen Clan. Shen Shang wanted to use the formation to seal himself, he naturally had to use Fang Yuan's method. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Shen Zongxing's expression turned a little strange. He had spent a lot of effort to save his ancestor, but now, his ancestor was requesting to be sealed by the formation again. However, Shen Zongsheng understood the reason. He kept silent and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Shen Shang, although your clan has allied with me, the underwater formation's immortal goo already belong to me. Now, you want me to contribute these immortal goo to construct an immortal formation to seal you. This request is quite difficult for me. Shen Zongsheng quickly said, this can be discussed, Fang Yuan. We can even exchange immortal goo. At this point, he saw that Shen Shang had regained his rationality. He naturally did not want to give up. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression was solemn. Shen Zongsheng, have you forgotten what our mission was? The mission clearly stated that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal inside the formation, which is Shen Shang. What does this mean? Fang Yuan paused before continuing. This means that the merit obelisk does not think highly of Shen Shang, it thinks that his problem is too severe to be salvaged. Even if I reconstruct the formation, it will not help. Shen Zongsheng's expression changed slightly. He was about to persuade him but was stopped by Shen Shang's hand. Shen Shang smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I am not asking you to contribute immortal goo. The goo worms used to construct the immortal formation are all from me. Watch. Saying that, he took out an immortal goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo looked like a silkworm. It was light yellow in color and curled up into a ball, making it look even more delicate and cute. I'm afraid Shen Zongsheng has already roughly explained my situation to you. Shen Shang explained to Fang Yuan, I am most proficient in healing methods. This is the human path immortal goo I created back then, heal injuries. With this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called heal the wounded and rescue the dying. As long as the difficulty is not high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fang Yuan looked at the goo worm in front of him and could not help but be shocked. This was clearly a pure human path immortal goo, and what was even more shocking was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal goo. Rank 8 human path immortal goo. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Shen Shang smiled faintly and said, did you realize that the human path is the most effective way to deal with the black fire? Shen Zongsheng shook his head, we have not realized this, but we know that even healing killer moves have an effect on the black fire. There is no difference in using offensive or healing killer moves against the black fire. Shen Shang nodded, watch. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body. Seeing that he was preparing a killer move, the surrounding goo immortals quickly retreated with vigilance. After Shen Shang regained his senses, he did not have any intention to harm them. He slowly opened his palm and aimed at the black fire. Suddenly, a stream of light yellow light shot out from his palm. The light surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but it eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire lasted for a while in the yellow light before quickly dissipating. Shen Shang stopped his killer move and said to the immortals, you saw it earlier, this is my killer move, heal the wounded and rescue the dying. As expected, human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing was believing, Fang Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging Shen Shang's words. As expected. Shen Zongsheng said joyfully, the underwater battle earlier was an earth path immortal formation. It was hard to resolve the problem with Ancestor's body. But if Ancestor's human path immortal goo is used, there is hope. Fang Yuan did not relent. He looked at Shen Shang with rapt attention. You have human path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level? Shock flashed across Shen Shang's eyes as he nodded, indeed. To think that you, Fang Yuan, are also proficient in human path. Different professions were worlds apart, paths were the same. Since Fang Yuan could guess Shen Shang's human path attainment level, he clearly had a lot of attainment in this aspect. The immortals immediately looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar gazes. They sighed inwardly, this is the famous demon, unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked again, do you have a formation diagram? Shen Shang smiled and showed a helpless expression, I do have a formation diagram, but it is incomplete. I think I created it myself, but I cannot remember it completely. What do you mean? Shen Zongsheng became nervous. Shen Shang heaved a deep sigh. I lost my memories. Every time I fall into madness, a portion of the memories I have will disappear. So I need to resolve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise, I might not even know who I am. Fang Yuan laughed. Shen Shang, you are quite lucky to have met me. Shen Shang nodded in agreement. This is indeed my luck. It is very difficult to set up a human path immortal move that satisfies my requirements. There are many conditions. First, I need a human path immortal goo, then I need to deduce and modify the formation diagram, and finally, I need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment, deducing and modifying the formation diagram requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, I also need human path attainment. Any other formation path goo immortal, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But it is you, Fang Yuan, who fulfills all 3 requirements. So from now on, I really need to rely on you. Please lend us a hand. Fang Yuan, whatever remuneration you need, just tell me, I and Shen clan will do our best to satisfy you. Shen Zongsheng made a solemn promise. Fang Yuan nodded. When Shen Shang mentioned the request of setting up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Not only could he set up the formation, he could also obtain abundant immortal materials from Shen clan. What he was more concerned about were Shen clan, Shen Zongsheng, and Shen Shang. By cooperating with Shen clan, he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world to a deeper level. He could influence the entire world. Even though Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, he still had no idea how to deal with the human path killer moves of the Celestial Court. If Shen Shang made a move, the situation would be completely different. The Celestial Court was too powerful, they had accumulated their strength for countless years. Fang Yuan could not resist them for the time being. He needed to form alliances and ingeniously borrow the strength of others. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before stating his conditions. Out of Shen Shang and Shen Zongsheng's expectations, Fang Yuan's conditions were very relaxed and not harsh at all. Fang Yuan did not need many immortal materials, he also did not ask for immortal goo. The only condition that he had to fulfill was that Shen Zongsheng and Shen Shang had to take action and become enemies with the Celestial Court. They had to stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But the truth was, even without Fang Yuan's request, stopping Fate Gu from repairing was already the consensus of all the super forces in the world. Many ambitious people were brooding over Fate Gu, they were even more worried than Fang Yuan. After all, they were not otherworldly demons. Once the Celestial Court was repaired, the Celestial Court status would be unshakable. Several days later, a brand new formation was constructed at the bottom of the sea. Shen Shang entered the formation. The main formation core was controlled by Shen Zongsheng with Fang Yuan assisting him. The formation was slowly activated, and streams of white light formed into chains that tied Shen Shang up. Shen Shang was silent, he sat cross-legged and soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of white fog. A moment later, the formation slowly came to a stop. Fang Yuan, Shen Zongsheng and the rest did not find anything, they could not find any black fire in Shen Shang's body. Shen Shang sighed, I have already checked countless times, only when I go berserk again will the black fire appear. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty, are you sure you can't remember anything related to the black fire? Shen Shang only shook his head. Shen Zongsheng sighed, if that's the case, then we can only wait. We will leave this mission here for now, I will send someone to guard the formation. This arrangement was very reasonable. Gu Immortal's range of movement in Dragon Whale Paradise was limited, they could not enter and leave as they pleased. Using the Merit Obelisk's teleportation ability and group names, they could communicate with each other. Once Shen Shang went berserk, they would gather together. Those arranged to guard the formation were definitely Shen clan's direct descendants. Sometimes, Shen Zongsheng would even go there personally. With this restriction, Shen clan was even less of a match for Fang Yuan in the merit board contest. Time continued to pass. Day by day, Fang Yuan's merit points rose from 1,000 to 10,000, and continued to increase from 10,000. During this process, he often exchanged for names. But he did not know about the secrets of the names. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group had not explored to this extent yet, so they could only rely on Fang Yuan's guesses and deductions. Fortunately, even if his deductions were wrong, the names he exchanged for were useful to a certain extent. With so many merit points, Fang Yuan did not exchange for any immortal goo. He did not lack immortal goo, what he lacked were some rare immortal materials. Several times, Fang Yuan expended his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk to help the hairy man goo immortals advance their immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a large number of immortal materials, but he still lacked some rare immortal materials. The merit obelisk made up for his final shortcoming. When Fang Yuan had another breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Why is there still a black fire that has not been dealt with? Some time ago, missions related to the black fire appeared one after another. The Gu Immortals completed these missions to clean up Shenshang's mess. Don't tell me this was not left behind by Shenshang. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was easy to verify this guess. Using the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the peak of the clouds, at the highest point of the sky. There was no wind, the sun was shining brightly. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he raised his head and saw countless black fires burning silently. The scale of the black fires was huge, they were like dark clouds in a storm. The total amount of black fires that Fang Yuan and the Immortals had used all their strength to exterminate was not even 1/10,000th of the black fire in front of him. Chapter 1928. The black fire did not burn in the air, it was attached to the bones. The bones were milky white, they gave off a holy feeling. The bones had a main trunk that stretched from east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dragon that stretched from the 9 heavens, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. And on the 2 sides of the trunk, there were countless neatly arranged branches that extended outwards, they resembled huge elephant tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, supporting the sky. Heaven's spine. Fang Yuan muttered. The scene in front of him was grand and majestic, he was as tiny as a mosquito under the huge bones. And these bones were like towering trees, the black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After Fang Yuan sized them up, he understood some profundities. This heaven spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal material. Just this point alone was already incredible. The heaven spine should not be a human bone, which Gu Immortal had such a huge body? Since it was not a human bone, it had to be a beast bone. But how could there be such a ferocious beast that could reach the 9th transformation level? This was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of Gu Venerables, only humans had ever appeared. Throughout history, there were only 9 of them, the other races at most had rank 8 cultivation level, or were immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants. Were there still rank 9 desolate beasts and desolate plants in this world? Only such existences would leave behind such an immortal material after death. Other than that, was it created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The possibility of this was very small. Because Fang Yuan had already seen through the use of Heaven's Spine, it only had one use, it was to reinforce this dragon whale paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could use Earth Path methods or even Sound Path methods. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty, why would he seek Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable make such arrangements to reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It is as if Dragon Whale Paradise is not safe and can collapse at any time. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast, its strength is at the peak of the world. There are very few existences that can threaten it. If its life is in danger, would it be useful to strengthen the Dragon Whale Paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black flame on Tianxiong's back? This was obviously not caused by Xianxiang. If Xianxiang was able to leak the black fire of such a scale, how could he have possibly come back alive and kicking, and taken the initiative to ask to be sealed? What is the connection between the black fire here and Xianxiang's black fire? Fang Yuan continued to calculate. During this process, he saw a rib branch completely melt in the black flames. The black flames that filled the sky were corroding fiercely, continuously destroying the sky's spine. What would happen if heaven's back was completely destroyed? Fang Yuan didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't something good. He tried to control myriad-year flying warship and controlled the daybreak swords to attack the black flame. Just as he expected, the black fire was like a sea, and his attack was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest change. Fang Yuan tried for a while and gave up helplessly. Even a person like him felt powerless. This was the difficulty of a super mission. Fang Yuan thought about it before leaving this place, returning to the starting island and going to the underwater formation. Xianxiang was still awake, so Fang Yuan told him about the situation of heaven's back. Do you have any impression of this place? Fang Yuan asked. Xianxiang shook his head in distress. I have no impression. But this definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to see through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme back then, as well as the deepest secret of Dragon Whale Paradise. Saying this, Xianxiang paused. I want to take a look myself, can I? Of course. Fang Yuan agreed. Since he told Xianxiang about this, he did not intend to hide it. If he tried to complete this super mission alone, he would be too weak. He needed to gather the strength of all the Gu immortals. Soon, the immortals gathered and arrived at heaven's back. Seeing the sea of black flames in the sky, the immortals' expressions changed, they gasped in amazement. The immortals tried to get rid of the black fire, but there was little progress. It seemed that the larger the black fire, the harder it was to get rid of it. Among the immortals, only Xianxiang's human path methods were outstanding, the others were inferior to him. After several days of clearing out the black fire, Immortal Hua Dai was the first to give in. It was not that she was in a bad state, but she had expended too much immortal essence. This mission is too difficult, I suggest we give up. Miao Mingshan secretly found Fang Yuan and discussed with him. Even without his words, Fang Yuan was already thinking of giving up. By now, the immortals had used all their strength to get rid of 1 hectare of black fire. And such a scale was not even 1,000th of the black fire in the sky. If I use rank 8 battle strength, the efficiency will increase greatly, but it is too low. I might as well complete large-scale missions. After a few times, I will be able to accumulate a lot of merit points. I'm afraid only venerables can complete such a super mission easily. Fang Yuan decided to give up. Xianxiang and Xianzongxing expressed their understanding. But they were not willing to give up, they only asked the other Shen clan Gu immortals to follow them. Xianxiang said to Fang Yuan, I want to explore a bit more, I will walk along the giant bone's trunk and see if I can find some crucial points. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply before nodding and leaving. Soon, only Xianxiang and Xianzongxing were left on the heavenly spine. Come with me. Xianxiang sighed. Xianzongxing followed closely behind and took the initiative to ask, Ancestor, you took the initiative to send everyone away, could it be that you have recalled something? Xianxiang shook his head, I intend to pass my human path inheritance to you. Xianzongxing was stunned, he could hear an ominous meaning in Xianxiang's tone, he quickly said, Ancestor, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I believe there will be a way to solve your problem. Xianxia smiled. I have not given up hope, but I have to think about the clan. If I leave behind my human path inheritance, the clan will benefit from it. It will be my repayment to the clan. Xianxia was silent. Xianxia continued, I cannot pass the inheritance to you in the underwater formation. After all, that is a formation that Fang Yuan personally set up. But here, it should be safe. I will not pass the human path immortal goo to you directly, because I still need them. I will impart to you my cultivation experience, as well as the killer moves and immortal goo recipes that I created. Xianxia said solemnly, I will not let down ancestors' good intentions. Xianxia smiled bitterly, my memories are very fragmented, my memories are limited. Let's start from the beginning. I once cultivated sound path, but in an accident, I refined heal injury immortal goo and saw the hope of human path. In order to cultivate human path, I did many things secretly. These things went against the rules of the righteous path. The clan protected me and helped me conceal them, but I could not hide them from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lord Paradise Earth found me. I was not his match, I could not even take one attack from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. Instead, he gave me a chance to atone for my crimes on account of my many years of saving lives. He also promised me that if I could grasp this opportunity, I might be able to achieve my goal and successfully cultivate human path. Thus, I came here and cultivated in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth set up. My memories of cultivation are already completely blurry. I only remember that during this process, I obtained the help of the underwater formation and broke through time and time again, making steady progress. I started from heal injury immortal goo and gradually expanded. I created heal injury, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move accumulated injuries. From this killer move, I deduced the immortal goo recipe of scar injury immortal goo. I refined it and replaced it with my vital goo. With this immortal goo, any attack that causes damage to me will turn into injuries. The accumulation of injuries can increase the power of the mutual injuries killer move. In the previous battle, the reason why I forced Fang Yuan to retreat was because I used the mutual injuries killer move to injure him. Please remember, scar injury immortal goo is the core of my human path inheritance, while mutual injuries is my main offensive method. Xianxia's mind was shaken as he listened. Xianxia's human path true inheritance was so profound that it shocked him both physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you created has great potential. It might be able to create a brand new path in human path. Xianxia praised sincerely. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed proudly, patting Xianxia's shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I will leave the inheritance to you. If you want, you can cultivate human path in the future. If you have no intention of doing so, you can choose a suitable inheritor. Southern Border. Moral Paradise. A female immortal wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. She walked down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow, her hair hung down to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation Chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Right now, Fairy Myrtle was covered in sweat. She had a haggard expression, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was in high spirits. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei-yin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Zi-Wei, it seems you have gotten what you wanted. After completing the ultimate quest, you can obtain the qualifications to become the owner of the merit monument and keep your merit points. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he thought, so Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has already made arrangements to choose a new owner for the merit monument. As long as I follow his arrangements, I can become the owner of this rank 8 immortal Gu house. What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. He had already found a way to obtain the merit monument, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super quest, not to mention the ultimate quest. The ultimate quest was clearly very difficult, even rank 8 Gu immortals did not have much hope. This was easy to deduce. The Gu immortals who came to Dragon Whale Paradise were not limited to Fang Yuan's group. When the previous people came here, some might have accepted this ultimate quest, but the merit monument was still ownerless. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not want to accept the mission. That was the description on the merit monument. The time limit for the mission was not fixed. If the time limit was too long, by the time he finished the mission and left, he would find that the Celestial Court had already repaired Fate Gu. What was the point of Fang Yuan then? Sigh. Shen Tsongsheng let out a long breath of air. He had regained his rationality and recognized the risks. His gaze was no longer burning. Fang Yuan pointed at the mission on the merit monument and analyzed, "Brother Shen, this ultimate quest has a hidden meaning. After choosing this mission, the Gu Immortals' merit points will be preserved. This means that those who do not accept it will have their remaining merit points erased once they leave Dragon Whale Paradise." Shen Tsongsheng's heart tightened as he nodded. "I'm afraid that is the case. When we first came here, there was no one on the merit board. This way, the Gu Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But as for how to spend it, the Gu Immortals would need to consider it themselves." The next day, at a certain corner of Eastern Sea, 3 lumps of white light flashed as Fang Yuan, Shen Tsongsheng, and the 3 immortals appeared. All the Gu Immortals gave up on the ultimate quest and chose to leave. But Miao Mingshen's group did not leave with Fang Yuan. They were still worried about Fang Yuan. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left with the other Shen clan Gu Immortals. These 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals had completely boarded Shen clan's ship after this matter. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up. He went with Shen Tsongsheng and Shen Shang to investigate the surroundings, but there was nothing behind him. "The 3 of us purposely chose the location of the Blue Dragon Whale, but where is the Blue Dragon Whale? Stop looking, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Don't be fooled by the vivid scene in front of us. What if it is an illusion? Speaking of which, we have not seen the true appearance of the Blue Dragon Whale from start to finish." The 3 immortals sighed. The Blue Dragon Whale had many secrets. The Blue Dragon Whale was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture and could cultivate as a legendary immemorial beast. It had intelligence that was not inferior to ordinary people. But the Gu Immortals did not see the Blue Dragon Whale contacting them during their exploration. The Blue Dragon Whale's movements were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go during this process? The world did not know. The 3 Gu Immortals here, even though they had gone to the Dragon Whale Paradise, did not know about it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had wanted to take the Blue Dragon Whale and the Merit Obelisk for himself. But the truth was, he was thinking too much. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's grand arrangement. It had a mysterious motive. Like Northern Plains' Crazed Demon Cave, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It was also a grand arrangement. Fang Yuan could only go to the 8th layer, he could not enter the core 9th layer. Wait, Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. The Crazed Demon Cave created by Limitless Demon Venerable had demonic sounds that could cause living beings to go crazy. In Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Dragon Whale Paradise, the black fire could also cause living beings to go crazy. Was there any connection between the 2? Thinking about it, there are actually many living beings that have gone crazy in Dragon Whale Paradise. For example, the Tiger King salamander that I killed earlier. Fang Yuan thought. These living beings were incurable when they went crazy. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only exterminate them. Other than the fact that they did not emit black fire, they had the same problem as Xianxiang. From this, one could see how strong Xianxiang was. Even if this person was struck by black fire, he would only go crazy for a period of time. Relying on his deep human path foundation and Dao marks, he would be able to hold on until he regained his sanity. Even Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to do this. He asked himself, even though he had many Dao marks, they were not the accumulation of human path. Currently, Xianxiang is probably the #1 human path cultivator in the 5 regions. Even old man Zheng Yuan of the Celestial Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation. The Fate War was not far away. Maybe Xianxiang's appearance could bring some trouble to the Celestial Court. The 3 immortals could not find the blue dragon whale, they bade farewell. In this trip to Dragon Whale Paradise, they had great gains. But the one with the most gains was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was alone. He transformed into Qi Si ancestor's appearance and returned to Qi Si stealthily. The formation in the depths of Qi Si was still operating. Inside the formation, he saw Wu Shuai who was guarding this place. Wu Shuai went to southern border to trade dream realms with Qi clan. Qi Chuyu saw the chance to raise the price. Wu Shuai did not want to lower himself to Qi Chuyu's level, he wanted to settle the score later, he wanted to continue the transaction. But unexpectedly, the loss of the dream realms was discovered by Wu Yong. He flew into a rage and found Qi Chuyu to have a private discussion. Qi Chuyu naturally denied it, even if it was exposed, he would not admit it. But after being warned, Qi Chuyu could only restrain himself and temporarily cut off the dream realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation. The situation was somewhat terrible. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the dream realms, Qi Chuyu was unavoidably suspected. Wu Yong used this chance to gain the upper hand, he could use his political skills more easily. And in Western Desert, Fang Di Cheng's clone, whom Fang Yuan had placed high hopes on, fell into a quagmire. After he allied with several super clans to repel the Celestial Court, a blood path great expert appeared in Western Desert. He created chaos everywhere, he seemed to hate super forces very much. Fang clan was one of the victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast appeared in Fang clan's ice-fire desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty. Fang clan's many attempts to encircle it ended in failure. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai's situation was rather smooth. Earlier, Fang Yuan had sent variant human Gu immortals to kill the participating Gu master groups in the 4 regions. Now, he ordered Shadow Sects immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the competition locations, causing many tragedies. Countless elite Gu masters were sacrificed. After learning of this, Celestial Court immediately spread the truth. So there really are immortals in this world. the culprit behind all of this is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this. Sigh, even though I am rank 5, if I do not become a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Immortals are high above us, why should I lose my life for a mere refinement path convention? I will go, I will go. I will definitely go. If we do not participate in this convention, isn't that what Fang Yuan wants to see? Some were fearful, some were shocked, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. This is inciting the anger of the people, accumulating their will. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know the motive behind Celestial Court's actions, but in this life, he was very clear about it. Fang Yuan ordered to gather all of his subordinates. Celestial Court and Central Continent's Gu immortals accumulated their anger and hatred. They were about to attack when they found that Fang Yuan's subordinates had disappeared. Didn't Fang Yuan want to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' super forces that were watching the show were very puzzled. And in a secret meeting in southern border, Wu Yong analyzed a portion of Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan gained an advantage. If he continues, Celestial Court will be able to deduce everyone's location, his subordinates will suffer huge losses. Will Fang Yuan still take action? Someone asked. Of course. Wu Yong said without hesitation, but before that, we need to make a move secretly. In the previous life, Fang Yuan personally took action and wreaked havoc everywhere, but after a while, he was marked by the killer move people's accusation. He could only hide and let Bai Ningbing and the rest take action. But in this life, Fang Yuan had been hiding, ordering his subordinates to wreak havoc and slaughter everywhere. But the others were not like Fang Yuan, they did not have wisdom path methods to defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan only ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack once before ordering them to hide. This refinement path convention was just the beginning. How much strength does he have hidden? After the Gu immortals were shocked, they felt envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan's subordinates had varying battle strength, but even the weakest Gu immortal could succeed. For the refinement path convention, the defenses of these resource points were too weak. Many strong Gu immortals thought, these variant human Gu immortals can snatch them, why can't I? Even weaker Gu immortals had their own thoughts. The bones and meat are all taken by those experts, I can at least get some leftovers, right? Thus, similar to the previous life, the Gu immortals of the 4 regions could no longer hold back, especially those demonic immortals and lone cultivators. These people took the initiative to attack the various Central Continent resource points. Central Continent's situation was completely ruined. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's expression was ashen. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she was still enraged when she saw the news of resource points being attacked and looted like snowflakes floating towards her. Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth, emitting intense killing intent. It was this culprit that caused people's hearts to change. Central Continent became the prey of the other 4 regions, it was plundered and suffered huge losses. But Fairy Myrtle, Duke Long, and Qin Ding Ling could do nothing about it. Central Continent was too big, it was at the center, surrounded by the other 4 regions. And there were too few Gu immortals, they could not be allocated to a large number of resource points, the gap was too big. This gave the bandits and thieves a chance to take advantage of them. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. For the sake of the greater good, sacrifices are unavoidable. Everything is for the refinement path convention, it is fine to give up these immortal materials. As long as this Gu is repaired, they will spit it back hundreds or thousands of times over. Central Continent was in a state of passively taking a beating. Fang Yuan's timing was too good, it was neither too close nor too far. Celestial Court had no choice but to increase the defenses of the Gu refinement sites, these were all elites, if they lost too many of them, Central Continent's battle potential would be greatly reduced. If they were placed in front of them, it would also greatly affect the recovery of Fate Gu. Fang Yuan's choice of targets was also very ingenious. For example, Xianwu mountain range was too wide, it naturally had weak defenses. There were also places like Prisoner Valley and Red River Beach, they had been plundered in Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan knew about these places. Together with his meticulous planning, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a high success rate, they could plunder so easily and gain so much, this greatly stimulated the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions moved out to attack the resource points. During this process, in order to let Fang Yuan and Black Extremity understand the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Qi Chu Yu and Black Extremity told them about their experiences in breaking the formation. Since Wu Yong told the southern border immortals to retreat, it showed his sincerity and determination. Fang Yuan teaching them this time could be considered returning the favor. Knowing this situation, Wu Yong had a complex feeling. He sighed. It seems that Fang Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fang Yuan understood Wu Yong also understood Fang Yuan. The two had an indescribable tacit understanding. Even though normally, they would want each other to die immediately. In fact, in the previous life, in order to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Fang Yuan asked for dream realms from the Southern Alliance. Wu Yong did not hesitate. He gave the order to let them go. Fang Yuan teleported back to southern border, the defensive formation opened and allowed him to take away the dream realms inside. But later, when Fang Yuan used these dream realms to turn into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they were blocked by Feng Kim Hong, they could not break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fang Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's Gu immortals broke 2 more formations. Their efficiency was simply shocking. Celestial Court reacted. Fairy Myrtle frowned as she thought of a solution, but suddenly, a rainbow appeared above Celestial Court. Rainbow light filled the sky, rank 8 immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Celestial Court, we are here. Bing Sai Chuan shouted with high morale. To think that Hidden Dragon Cave was here. Song Chi Yuan sighed. Granny Rong laughed sinisterly. This place is indeed hidden, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Yang Zi he added, back then, when Di Zongsheng caused trouble in Central Continent, Duke Long suppressed him and sealed him here, it was a huge matter. But because of the long history, the Celestial Court was too ruthless in order to eradicate the Dragonman race. He. Speaking of which, Duke Long is also a ruthless person. For the cause of the Celestial Court, he even sacrificed his descendants. Shen Zongsheng commented in a mocking tone. 8 Eastern Sea Gu immortals arrived. This situation was the same as in the previous life. In order to achieve this goal, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort secretly. On one hand, he used Qi Si ancestors' identity to hint to Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and the rest. On the other hand, he used Fang Yuan's identity to contact Shen Zongsheng. The third was the 4 Eastern Sea lone cultivators. They were all Dragon Palace generals now. They obeyed Fang Yuan's orders and cooperated with him. Fang Yuan did not know the location of Hidden Dragon Cave, but after obtaining Dragon Palace, there were naturally records of it. Back then, when Duke Long suppressed Di Zongsheng, the Dragonman race had put in a lot of effort. With this secret, Fang Yuan used the 4 dragon generals to leak this information and influence the decisions of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals in all aspects. Eastern Sea's Rank 8 Gu Immortals were different from the Southern Alliance and Longevity Heaven. They did not have too much of an adventurer spirit, they did not have a strong desire to seize Dragon Palace in this life. Fang Yuan encouraged them to go to Hidden Dragon Cave and release Di Zongsheng, to create trouble for the Celestial Court. Once Di Zongsheng is released, the world would be turned upside down, blood would flow and lives would be lost. He did not need these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals to take the lead. Once Central Continent's attention is drawn away, Gu Immortals would attack Di Zongsheng, other areas would be relatively empty, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals would have a chance to make a huge profit. There was another benefit, Di Zongsheng would attack Central Continent's mortals. The more people he killed, the greater the losses to Central Continent's foundation. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Rank 8s would not attack mortals with their own identities, it would damage their reputation. Now that Di Zongsheng was doing it, it was the best choice. Western Desert's border. The weak regional wall was right in front of them. The 5 regions are really going to become one. The regional wall that once restricted us has become so thin now. Fang Gong looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. As for Fang Yuan, in Duke Long's opinion, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, but because he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, nobody knew what methods he had. Thus, he had to be on guard at all times. Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is still unclear, and after Fang Yuan snatched Southern Border's dream realms, he disappeared without a trace. He already has a large number of dream realms in his hands. Fairy Myrtle said slowly, looking like she was going to continue analyzing. What plan do you have? Duke Long interrupted her. Fairy Myrtle said, I plan to activate the formation and defend against the enemies, at the same time, I will force Fang Yuan and possibly Qi Si Ancestor to act against us, forcing them to take action. Duke Long thought about it before nodding, all right. We should take the initiative to fight. If we use this battle to establish our might, the 5 regions war will be much easier in the future. Fairy Myrtle quickly left, sitting down at the center of a formation. She slowly activated the formation and threw out star constellation chessboard. The chessboard floated in the air and rotated on its own, countless starlight flew in the sky like fireflies, entering the formation. Central Continent's people soon sensed this phenomenon. Many people pointed at the sky and shouted, look! There are starlight, there are actually stars in broad daylight. What is going on? Fang Dichang's group had just passed the regional wall when they saw this scene. Celestial Court has made a move. This did not happen in the previous life. Fang Yuan also came to Central Continent, he looked at the sky with a frown. Celestial Court had indeed prepared something different. Seeing Flesh Whip Immortal charging over, even rank 8 Gu Immortals could not destroy the Immortal Gu House instantly. What method is Celestial Court using? They actually teleported so many rank 8s out of thin air. Fang Dichang did not think much, he immediately mobilized several Immortal Gu houses to meet them. As a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal who controlled the strongest Immortal Gu house, Divine Bean Palace, he was chosen as the temporary leader and had the first command. The Immortal Gu houses collided unreasonably, it was Celestial Court's Gu Immortals' turn to retreat. Only 2 Gu Immortals did not retreat. One was Zhang Fei Xiong, he turned into a giant with a bare head and a human body, he clashed with the Immortal Gu houses. The other was Flesh Whip Immortal, she was also a Transformation Path Gu Immortal, she had turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. The tree roots were like legs, they flew in the air while the branches were like countless flesh whips, they waved around fiercely. Crack crack crack. She also clashed with the Immortal Gu houses, stopping the charge of several rank 7 Immortal Gu houses and making them dizzy. Inside Divine Bean Palace, Fang Dichang's expression was grim. Celestial Court has indeed made a change. But this change is too big. Zhang Fei Xiong, Wan Zihong, and Zhu Ke have awakened in advance, even an expert like Flesh Whip Immortal has joined in. The most important thing is, what is this killer move? It can actually teleport more than 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals at once. This is simply unheard of. With this move, Celestial Court would have the complete initiative. They could mobilize their main forces and attack wherever they wanted. This was a strategic killer move. Chapter 1938. Bam Bam Bam. The towering primordial walking meat tree was always at the forefront of the charge. Tens of thousands of octopus-like tentacles and branches waved fiercely with the sound of wind whistling. The immortal Gu houses of Western Desert's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat. Flesh Whip Immortal resisted an immortal Gu house by herself. She was indeed a rank 8 expert who was qualified to sleep in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, truly amazing. Of course, this was also the advantage of transformation path. Let us do it. At the crucial moment, Dong Clan's Gu Immortals stepped forward. Like in the previous life, Dong Clan still dispatched the rank 7 immortal Gu house Red River Will this time. This immortal Gu house resembled a water wheel or a giant wheel, turning and rolling on its own. Flames surged and burned as it ruthlessly crushed the walking meat tree. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw this and focused their gazes. Immortal Gu houses directly collided with each other, which was the most convenient, but it was usually not the strongest method of immortal Gu houses. Immortal Gu houses had different immortal killer moves depending on the immortal Gu used and the method used. Right now, Red River Will had clearly activated its own killer move, immediately colliding with Flesh Whip Immortal with peerless power. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were nervous. Similarly, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were also very nervous. Red River Will was only a rank 7 immortal Gu house, but it could contend with rank 8. If it collided with Flesh Whip Immortal, they would be evenly matched and would be seriously injured. However, this result was still slightly advantageous to Western Desert. Even if both sides were injured, Red River Will could recover as long as the Gu worms were replaced. Flesh Whip Immortal's main body was injured, which was very troublesome, and the subsequent healing and recovery would be quite troublesome. Good. At the crucial moment, Flesh Whip Immortal did not retreat but instead advanced, shouting excitedly and rushing straight up. This guy, protect her. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals reached a consensus instantly. Zhang Fei Xiong roared and turned into a giant again, with a bare head and a human body, attacking Red River Wheel from the side. Red River Wheel's front and back are the strongest, but the side is the weakest. We will cover for Dong Clan. Immortal Gu House Jade Toad Castle crashed into Zhang Fei Xiong like a green meteor. Wan Zihong giggled, and countless petals drifted over the battlefield, landing on the Crimson River Wheel. The wheel's momentum continued to decline. The Fong family's chicken dog coop came to support. They released chickens and dogs and other ancient desolate beasts to attack Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was still maintaining her killer move. She had no time to dodge. Yu Zhu Zi and Yi Xiao Zi appeared beside her. One of them sprinkled countless jade beads, making a tinkling sound. The other emitted balls of yellow light, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. The chickens and dogs and many other ancient desolate beasts were either injured by the jade beads or were temporarily trapped by the yellow light. They were suspended high in the sky, unable to move. Damn it, this Wan Zihong is the demoness who harmed Western Desert in history. She was recruited by Celestial Court. Dong Tribe's Gu Immortal was inside Red River Wheel, looking at Wan Zihong while gritting his teeth. The Dong clan belonged to the Western Desert's righteous Dao, and they hated Western Desert's devils the most. Unfortunately, Wan Zihong was one of the most famous devils in history. The might of the Dong clan's Crimson River will continue to weaken. At this rate, it would be crushed by the walking meat tree. At the crucial moment, an immortal goo house that looked like a flower house in the forest exerted its power in the rear of the battlefield. Everyone. We must hurry and rush to Emperor City as soon as possible, forcing Celestial Court's goo immortals to fight to the death with us. There, they won't retreat so easily. Fang Dichang analyzed and encouraged them. The Western Desert goo immortals expressed their agreement. In a short period of time, they had no way to break Celestial Court's teleportation killer move, they could only use this method to restrain Celestial Court. Zhao Shanhe and the others returned to Celestial Court again. The injured went to the healing formation to recover, while the rest were resting and at the same time communicating with each other on how to cooperate better. After a fierce battle with Western Desert's immortal goo houses, these goo immortals had no losses. Flesh Whip Immortal, who was the most heavily injured, had almost recovered and was full of vigor again. Different from the previous life, because these goo immortals woke up in advance, they not only had comprehensive immortal goo, but also had a certain degree of cooperation with each other. Immortal goo houses are hard to deal with. Among them, Divine Bean Palace is the toughest. What are you worried about? In a few more rounds, Western Desert's side will collapse. They won't be able to reach Emperor City. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor have not made a move. Quickly make a move, we can't wait anymore. The goo immortals were all experts, they were famous for a period of time, they were extremely confident and full of fighting spirit. In fact, the cause of this situation was Fang Yuan's fault. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he won repeatedly and defeated Celestial Court, which made the will of the stars feel an intense crisis, so many goo immortals woke up in advance. Fairy Myrtle calculated for a while before speaking. 4 times? Qin Song smiled, coughing out a mouthful of yellow blood, his expression was indifferent. It is enough to defeat Western Desert, and there is still time to spare. I might be able to heavily injure Southern Border or Eastern Seas goo immortals. As for after I die, I will have to rely on you all. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were silent. Only Flesh Whip Immortal was carefree. Old Qin, don't worry, I am here. They were powerless against Qin Song's condition. The culprit behind all this was his old injury. This injury was brought out when he explored Reckless Savage's tomb, it could not be healed in the past, and it was still the same now. Fairy Myrtle, however, did not order the attack to continue, she pondered inwardly. Without Qin Song, Celestial Court did not have the ability to teleport. Relying on star constellation chessboard alone was too inefficient, it would also seriously affect her own scheming ability. Fairy Myrtle had experience in activating star cast, this killer move consumed too much thought. If she activated this killer move, she would no longer have the energy to look after the overall situation. This was clearly not worth it for Celestial Court. It would be fine if it was just one battlefield, but Celestial Court had at least 3 battlefields. Moreover, Celestial Court's opponents were not only the elites of the 4 regions, there was also the demon Fang Yuan who had yet to make a move. In both the previous life and this life, as the leader and brains of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had to look after the overall situation. It is a pity that there are no Wisdom Path goo immortals awakening in the Immortal Graveyard this time. Fang Yuan has not made a move yet, and Qi Si Ancestor has not made a move either. If we expend Qin Song prematurely, it would be terrible if the situation changes in the future. Fairy Myrtle thought deeply, she was not willing to expend a crucial force like Qin Song prematurely. She had considered one point, Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, he could quickly appear in any corner of Central Continent. Celestial Court preserved the method of large-scale star cast, it would be easy to deal with Fang Yuan in the future. Right now, there are 4 battlefields: Celestial Court, Hairy Foot Mountain, Emperor City, and Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Myrtle looked around as she analyzed. Among these 4 battlefields, Celestial Court's battlefield is the most important. Once we are broken through and Fate Gu is destroyed by Longevity Heaven, all hope will be lost. Next is Hairy Foot Mountain. If Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed, we will not be able to refine enough success Dao marks, it will greatly affect our restoration of fate. But this is not something we cannot give up. Even if Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we do not have success Dao marks, Fate Gu is still around. Qin Song's weak state could not be concealed. Yelu Ko smiled coldly as he charged towards Qin Song. Your opponent is me. A flirtatious female immortal blocked Yelu Ko's path. Yelu Ko looked at the female immortal, feeling a threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled charmingly, but her words were filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you, Wan Zihong. The two fought. Golden light shot out and flower petals flew. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Explosions continued to resound, sparks flew everywhere and intense light flashed. Northern Plains historical Gu immortal experts fought against Celestial Court's members. Rumble. Zhang Fei Xiong's flesh was lacerated by New Air Bao Xiong's attacks. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip Immortal whipped Yuan Ben fiercely. Yuan Ben's white bone heavy armor was already broken, he was forced to retreat. Farmer 22 was still resisting, but Whirling Boy gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Around the two who were in a deadlock, several Gu immortals were also fighting. The Gu immortals started to get injured, the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Even after using Call of the Ancient, I am still at a disadvantage. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his heart was getting heavier. The trump card he was hoping for did not allow him to turn the situation around, it only saved him from defeat and kept the situation in a deadlock. In the previous life, Celestial Court's Gu immortals woke up in a hurry from the immortal graveyard. Despite Fairy Myrtle's urgent deployment of immortal Gu, their battle strength was still lacking. But this life was different. These Celestial Court's Gu immortals had very good battle strength and condition, they could fight evenly with Northern Plains experts and even suppress them. After all, Celestial Court's Gu immortals had a lot of cooperation, while Northern Plains historical experts had just been summoned, they would at most hear about each other. How could they have the chance to fight side by side? This cannot go on. The longer this Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will summon to fight. Fairy Myrtle frowned, she was worried but also glad. Thankfully, she wanted to deal with Longevity Heaven first. This killer move was really troublesome. If they used Star Cast too many times, they would lose Qin Song and the Celestial Court's members would be scattered outside. Longevity Heaven might succeed and charge out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were not many Gu immortals left in Celestial Court. Yuan Qiongdu and the rest had to control the refinement path battle formation. The true main force to stop Calamity Luck Altar was only Duke Long. Duke Long stared at the phantom river of time for a long while before retracting his gaze. He sighed internally, he still could not break this killer move. It was like the support of the future killer move that he had used against Red Lotus Demon Venerable. If I cannot break it directly, I can only destroy Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists as he walked into the battlefield. Yi Xiaozi suddenly spat out blood, the backlash of the killer move caused him to be heavily injured. He had been cooperating with Duke Long's investigation, trying his best to restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could a rank 8 immortal Gu house be so easily restrained? Yi Xiaozi had no choice but to retreat into the Qi Wall, while Calamity Luck Altar became restless, wanting to break through the Qi Wall. Duke Long silently walked towards Calamity Luck Altar. "Everyone, stop this person," Bing Sai Chuan ordered coldly. He was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, and most of Northern Plains experts were Giant Sun Immortal's descendants. They naturally listened to him. New Heir Bao Xiong was the first to attack. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening explosions occurred, smoke and dust rose as New Heir Bao Xiong laughed maniacally. "Have you tasted my power?" "Ha ha ha, ugh." A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long had an indifferent expression, his body was straight like a spear, his purple gold dragon scales were still shining brightly, only a trace of dust was left on them. New Heir Bao Xiong was furious, he stared with wide eyes as his aura surged. "Take this." He raised his hands above his head, countless lightning bolts gathered into a huge dark blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was covered in lightning, it was pitch black inside. New Heir Bao Xiong threw it towards Duke Long like a meteor. Duke Long finally shifted his gaze, but he only took a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. Air currents surged and formed into a giant hand. With a slap from the back of the hand, the lightning ball was sent flying away easily. New Heir Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was broken by Duke Long just like that. At the next moment, Yu Yangzi, Lu Hui, and Lu Lu attacked one after another. Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar without even looking. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Call of the Ancient would definitely break apart. Boom! Calamity Luck Altar was smashed to the ground by Duke Long's punch, sinking into the ground. A fist pit appeared on the surface of the Immortal Goo house, a large number of goo worms died, even the Immortal Goo were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts engulfed Duke Long like a torrential storm. But even after the continuous attacks, Duke Long was still standing, there was only a layer of soot on his face. How can this be? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Someone recognized Duke Long's identity, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals gasped in shock. This was an old monster. But at the next moment, the morale of the Northern Plains people surged again. They had brave natures, the stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they were. Kill, kill, kill. Behead this old thing. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and charge out of the Chi Wall. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals roared as they attacked without any regard for their lives. These Northern Plains lunatics. Humph, brute force. The Celestial Court's Immortals could only retreat and avoid the attacks. Facing the desperate attacks of the Northern Plains Goo Immortals, Duke Long could not ignore them anymore. He snorted lightly, annoying vermin. The moment he said that, the aura around him changed. Chi currents surged and spread in all directions, while Duke Long's body was like a mountain, his aura rose rapidly. The killer move was prepared in an instant. Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh! The air was forcefully pushed away as 5 grand chi waves swept forward. Wherever they went, the dazzling killer moves of the Northern Plains experts crumbled one after another. They could not stop the chi waves. It was the immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed, as if the sky was falling, and quickly came crashing down. The Northern Plains Goo Immortals escaped in panic. Some of them could not dodge in time and were smashed into Calamity Luck Altar by the pressure of Chi Breath Mountain, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire Chi Current Mountain pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar. The ground was shaking intensely. Calamity Luck Altar had been restless, but now, it could not move. Duke Long used 2 moves, the effect was immediate, he suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was ashen, his heart sank to rock bottom. He realized that they could not break the Chi Wall with their own strength. Ignoring the other Goo Immortals, just Duke Long alone was an insurmountable obstacle. Bing Sai Chuan had other trump cards. In the previous life, he had asked Limitless to turn around and restrain Duke Long. The latter could not move and had to leave the battlefield for a while. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar had to charge to Central Great Hall before Limitless could turn around. Central Continent is going to be busy now, ha ha ha. Strange, where did Dragon Palace go? What, are you expecting to fight with Fang Yuan? Let's go. Earlier, Dragon Palace used that move to take away Old Man Bei Feng, did you see it? It is a Dream Path killer move. The Eastern Sea Immortals did not dare to stay here for long. Fang Yuan's demonic might was awe-inspiring to rank 8s, after all. The Celestial Court was defeated by Fang Yuan time and time again. And now, Dragon Palace's method shocked these Gu immortals who did not know about it. Di Zongsheng has already been released. It will definitely cause chaos in Central Continent. It will create a great opportunity for us. No, don't forget how the Celestial Court Gu immortals appeared before the battle. I don't want to have more than 10 Celestial Court rank 8s appear around me when we are on the move. The Eastern Sea Immortals were talking as they retreated. They frowned at this point. Secondly, since Fang Yuan sent Dragon Palace to attack Hidden Dragon Cave, he definitely had a huge motive. Dragon Palace displayed Dream Path methods and such great battle strength. It was not Fang Yuan's style to use them in an insignificant battlefield. If Fang Yuan's intention was to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongsheng, then he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and lured the Celestial Court's main force to attack. Then, he sent his subordinates to set up a formation that countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, luring the Celestial Court's main force to attack. That was just bait. At the same time, the attack of the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals was also caused by him. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with cold light. Fang Yuan can actually influence the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals? How did he do it? Among the Eastern Sea 8 Immortals, there are likely to be Fang Yuan's subordinates, or rather, members who are secretly cooperating with him. There are probably many of them, at least 2 of them. Fairy Myrtle guessed. But what if Fang Yuan just happened to be here? The Eastern Sea 8 Immortals unexpectedly had the same goal as him. He gained a huge advantage. This was also very likely. After all, Fang Yuan has Giant Sun's true inheritance. His luck has always been good. Meanwhile, our Qin Ding Ling is still healing. The price to reverse Giant Sun Immortals' arrangements is much higher than expected. Even though they were opponents, Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Fang Yuan. She had to admit that Fang Yuan did a great job in Hidden Dragon Cave. The bad feeling in her heart continued to deepen. Fairy Myrtle's attention was mostly on Di Zongsheng. It is very likely that it is already controlled by Fang Yuan. Then where is it going to reinforce? Emperor City is the closest battlefield. It has just received the Elite Gu Masters. The final round of the Refinement Path Convention has not started yet. Destroying Emperor City will greatly delay the restoration of Fate Gu. It is also very likely to go to Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Eliminating the main force of Celestial Court in one go is also Fang Yuan's style. Even if I retreat the main force of Celestial Court, he will think of a way to destroy infallible blessed land. Once he destroys the blessed land, at least for this time, our restoration of Fate Gu will have to stop. Of course, Celestial Court battlefield is also possible. Since longevity heaven can sneak in, Fang Yuan can do the same. After all, he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, he might have such a loophole. Since the start of the battle, Fairy Myrtle felt passive for the first time. She was very regretful, if only the large-scale star cast could teleport Duke Long. However, it was a pity that Duke Long's strength became an obstacle to teleportation. For example, more than 10 rank 8s of Celestial Court were like a dozen rabbits, while Duke Long was an adult elephant. The difference between the two was huge. Star Cast could not move Duke Long at all. Immortal Killer Move, Disintegration. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Yu Yangzi used his signature move. This killer move was the reason why he was famous in history. The killer move Disintegration hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body paused for a moment. He looked at Yu Yangzi with a plain expression. Disintegration. You are Yu Yangzi? When Duke Long said this, he was still several hundred steps away from Yu Yangzi. After saying this, the purple gold dragon chi flashed and he suddenly teleported in front of Yu Yangzi. At this moment, Yu Yangzi's pupils shrunk to pin size, warning bells rang in his mind. He quickly retreated, but this was just wishful thinking. His neck was firmly gripped by a large hand. This was Duke Long's hand, covered in purple gold dragon scales. His fingers were like blades, extremely sharp. Yu Yangzi had already activated his defensive killer move, but the light of the killer move was like glass, cracking and breaking under the strange strength of the dragon claw. Before dying, Yu Yangzi roared and self-detonated. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power spread out, shaking heaven and earth. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Duke Long's figure was still standing tall like a heavenly pillar. Northern Plains Immortals, other than not fearing death, what else do you have? Duke Long's tone was plain, but it spread throughout the battlefield. The Northern Plains Immortals gritted their teeth, but could not refute him. Even though the main force of Celestial Court had already retreated, only Duke Long was left. But with just Duke Long alone, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to advance. It could only rely on the killer move, Call of the Ancient, to summon Northern Plains experts in history to support the situation. There's also this. Suddenly, Lulu's figure appeared behind Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook. The gray dagger in Lulu's hand was stabbed into his back. Even the purple gold dragon scales could not block this method. This was Lulu's signature killer move, Despicable Blade of Passage. In the previous life, Lulu had used this move to kill many members of Celestial Court, and even heavily injure Fairy Myrtle. If not for Wu Shuang blocking most of the power, Fairy Myrtle would have died in his hands. Good. Seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortals became spirited. Since the start of the battle, no matter how the Northern Plains Immortals attacked, this was the first time Duke Long was injured like this. But Lulu's expression changed. He could not conceal the shock on his face. Even though his dagger stabbed into Duke Long's body, it was like it was stuck in a metal block. It could not move at all. Human Path Killer Move? Not bad, it suits your personality. Duke Long slowly turned around and stretched out his hand, firmly grabbing Lulu's head. At this moment, Lulu suddenly understood. Duke Long intentionally fell for it. He purposely used his body as bait to trap me. It was not that he did not want to retreat, but he could not. Similar to the dagger in his hand, he could not move either. Crack. With a crisp sound, Lulu's head was easily crushed by Duke Long like a watermelon. His headless corpse fell to the ground. The gray dagger in his hand dissipated instantly. Who else? Duke Long raised his arms and shouted. His body was like steel. It had already grown to twice the size of a normal person. His purple long hair danced wildly in the sky. The Northern Plains Immortals responded with countless killer moves. Rumble, in the dazzling light, countless killer moves overlapped one another. Duke Long charged out domineeringly, using world-shaking dragon hammer as he slammed towards Calamity Luck Altar. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar was pushed back dozens of steps. A deep trench was created on the ground. The front that Duke Long slammed into had completely caved in, forming a terrifying crater. There is no time to repair such a wound. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster's actions of repairing Calamity Luck Altar paused. If Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's troops would definitely be defeated. They would die without a proper burial. But just as Duke Long was about to continue attacking, a black light flew out of the river of time. The black light followed the hole in Calamity Luck Altar and shot into it, turning into a young and handsome Gu Immortal with black curly hair that reached his waist. This young Gu Immortal waved his hand. Dark light surged and rapidly repaired Calamity Luck Altar's damage, forcefully saving Longevity Heaven from defeat. Bing Sai Chuan's body shook. Seventh Prince. Duke Long snorted coldly, so it is Giant Sun's son. Chapter 1944. This is the Central Continent's Imperial Emperor City? Yi Fan followed the group as they walked through Imperial Emperor City, and he looked back and sized up the surroundings carefully. He was a southern border Gu master. He had heard of Emperor City long ago. This was the largest mortal city in the whole of Central Continent, no, more accurately speaking, the entire 5 regions. Here, rank 3 Gu masters were very common, and in southern border and other places, rank 3 Gu masters were usually clan elders or clan elders with high authority. This was the first time Yi Fan had come to Emperor City. Emperor City was indeed worthy of its name. The layout was strict and grand. It did not disappoint Yi Fan. But compared to immortal Gu houses, Emperor City pales in comparison. Thinking of this, Yi Fan looked up at the sky. In the sky, there were several immortal Gu houses floating quietly. There was a pavilion that was small and exquisite. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams. Birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. There was a manor with exquisite structures. It had white jade tiles and gray-green roof tiles. It was filled with cold energy. It was like the roar of a dragon. It was Ancient Soul Sect's Frost Dragon Manor. There was also a 7-story building with fluttering curtains. This was Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. There was also a camp with huge flags. It was Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp. Other than that, there was Illusion Garden, Yuyang Palace, Sun and Moon Temple. Yi Fan had become Lu Wei Yin's disciple. He learned a lot of information about Gu immortals from his master. He could recognize most of the immortal Gu houses. These immortal Gu houses were not as huge as Emperor City, but they were even more dazzling. Everyone in the city was discussing and paying attention to them. At this time, a youngster beside him sighed. It seems that the rumors are true. The world is going to change. Immortals are going to fight. A chaotic great era is coming. The distance between mortals and immortals is not so far. This is our plan, don't you think? Brother Yi. Yi Fan looked at the youngster and nodded. You are right, Brother Hong. Like in the previous life, Yi Fan and Hong Yi got to know each other in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They became sworn brothers. Hong Yi smiled. This Refinement Path Convention is truly grand and unprecedented. Let those Gu immortals in the sky fight. That is not something we can interfere in. That makes sense. This time, let's go all out. Yi Fan patted Hong Yi's shoulder. The two brothers were full of fighting spirit. Hong Yi said, I have a feeling that the final victor of this Refinement Path Convention will be one of us. Shen Shang's ears twitched as he heard every single word of Yi Fan and Hong Yi's conversation. Although the two of them were mortals, Shen Shang's attention was always on them. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future might give these two youngsters a chance to become immortals. Shen Shang was a human Dao quasi-supreme master, so he had a superior intuition toward the human race. On the celestial court side, People's United Hearts and other human path killer moves had already been used to get rid of Free Scholar, Zhengqing, and the rest. However, Xianxia still managed to sneak into the venue of the final competition in disguise, and he was never suspected at all. He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal after all. He was also a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Xianxia inspected the surroundings as he became secretly excited. My earlier guess was not wrong. This Emperor City is indeed one of Central Continent's main human veins. Mountains had mountain ranges, land had earth veins, and humans also had human veins. Emperor City was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable back then. After so many years, its location has been constantly shifting, but it has always been the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. This place produces many geniuses precisely because it is the main human vein of Central Continent. There are also the human path methods set up by the past immortal venerables of the Celestial Court. I can vaguely sense their existence. Fang Yuan used his rebirth as a reason to urge Xianxia to take action and do his best to break the venerable's human path methods. This challenging task in itself stimulated Xianxia's strong ambition and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan and the rest could not find any traces of human path killer moves. But in Xianxia's eyes, there were traces that he could follow. Thus, he disguised himself and sneaked into Emperor City, finally finding the opportunity to break the venerable killer move. The human wills collected by the Celestial Court are stored in the Celestial Court. The defenses there are too tight. Without entering the Celestial Court, I cannot destroy the human wills. Without destroying the human wills, I cannot take drastic measures. But, if I take action here, there will be an excellent effect. The Celestial Court collects human wills. Emperor City plays an important role in this process. It is equivalent to the largest transfer point. If I destroy this place, the efficiency of the Celestial Court's collection of human wills will fall greatly. But Xianxia did not intend to destroy it. He had a greater intention. He wanted to follow the clues and use Emperor City as a starting point to counter the Venerable's human path killer move. He could even reverse engineer the profundity of the Venerable's human path methods and learn them. Xianxia was bold because of his skill. He was not satisfied with the reputation brought by breaking the Venerable killer move. If he could learn the Venerable's human path methods from it, it would be a huge improvement to him. If I improve my human path methods, I might be able to get rid of the hidden danger of my frequent insanity and black fire. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. 5-colored smoke billowed endlessly. Southern Borders Gu Immortals and the Celestial Court's main forces had been fighting for a long time. Bay Pavilion, Flying Sand Pavilion, and Unfixed Manor were already in ruins. They retreated to the back lines to recuperate. At the front lines were Southern Borders 4 rank 8s, as well as the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Great Space Temple. The Celestial Court's main forces were unharmed, their morale was high. Zhao Shan he began to prepare his killer move again, his aura surging. Zhan Budu quickly shouted, "Block him. He is going to use that move again." Wu Yong and Yi Haofang gritted their teeth. They wanted to charge in, but were stopped by Yi Xiaozi and Whirling Boy. After a while, the chickens and dogs could not resist. Many of them were killed. "I'll help you." Dong Clan's Gu Immortals moved towards Red River Wheel to reinforce it. Red River Wheel was like a water wheel. It continued to move. A huge red light flew out of the wheel. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten lava birds. The molten lava birds were immediately suppressed. They were trapped by the red light and captured inside Red River Wheel. "Thank you for your molten lava birds." Dong Clan's Gu Immortals laughed loudly. Red River Wheel's power rose by 20%. Even though Western Desert's side gained an advantage, Chicken Dog Coop and Red River will still work together to resist Canary Pavilion. This was a very common phenomenon. In the battlefield, Western Desert's immortal goo houses could only fight 2 against 1. Central Continent's immortal goo houses were all extremely powerful. Yuyang Palace shot out dazzling light, piercing the sky, Frost Dragon Manor let out dragon soul, cold air flew everywhere, wind-sweeping buildings swept up intense winds, rampaging through the battlefield. From the moment of contact, Western Desert's side was suppressed, they could barely raise their heads. This cannot go on. Fang Dichang looked at the battlefield, feeling worried. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Dichang knew Central Continent's strength, he also knew about his own side. Western Desert's Goo Immortals would not fight to the death, Fang Dichang had already put in all his effort to gather this group of people. In such an intense battle, if Western Desert's side suffered any casualties, they would probably retreat. Once someone retreated, someone else would follow. In other words, this was not a true army, they were a disorderly mob, they would easily fall apart. Fang Dichang led this group of people, at this crucial moment, they had to be at the front lines and maintain the integrity of their troops. I was planning to use them at the crucial moment, but there is no other way. Fang Dichang sighed, he sent out all the Divine Bean soldiers he had accumulated in Divine Bean Palace. The Yellow Bean soldiers had the most numbers, they were also the most basic soldiers, they were cannon fodder and could move forward. Next were Green Bean soldiers, they could shoot arrows, Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, and Black Bean soldiers had the strongest defense. As for Blue Bean soldiers and White Bean soldiers, they had the least numbers, the former could reflect killer moves with a certain amount of power, while the latter could heal their own soldiers. Once the Divine Bean soldiers were sent out, they immediately stabilized the situation, forming a deadlock. But the price was the rapid depletion of these soldiers. Once the losses exceeded a certain limit, Western Desert's side would fall into a disadvantage again. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals killed him, the morale of the southern border side plummeted. Oh no! Wu Yong's expression was unsightly, Qi Chuyu had high prestige, his death was far worse than Yi Hao Fang and Bada's deaths, it was a huge blow to the southern border Goo Immortals' morale. But Wu Yong could not do anything. Even though he had unlimited wind, Celestial Court did not give him a chance. There was also Farewell Friend Wind, a strange evil move. But almost all of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard, Wu Yong could not find a chance to make friends with them. Our situation is already difficult, Qi Chuyu's death makes it even worse. What do I do? Wu Yong had already used all his strength, but the situation was already out of his control. Persevere. His eyes shined with determination. We cannot let Celestial Court repair Fate Goo, this is the consensus of the 4 regions. Western Desert has already attacked Emperor City, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains Goo Immortals will definitely take action. And Fang Yuan, I need to wait for reinforcements. We can only do that. Emperor City and Hairy Foot Mountain were completely suppressed, they were in a dangerous situation. Celestial Court's battlefield was the same. Even though Duke Long was not amplified by human path killer moves, he was still terrifyingly strong, he suppressed all of Longevity Heaven's forces with just his strength alone. And the worst thing was, he had reinforcements. Qin Ding Ling. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Qi Ci Lang looked at Qin Ding Ling and gritted his teeth. Qin Ding Ling had already recovered from the help of human path killer moves, she immediately joined the battlefield and assisted Duke Long. She had extremely high luck path attainment, she was very effective against Calamity Luck Altar, Qi Ci Lang and the rest became more and more passive. With a loud sound, Duke Long's fist struck down another Northern Plains expert. He looked at the Phantom River of Time as he laughed, so what if you have more people? Longevity Heaven. This time, you will not be able to return, you will be defeated and killed. No matter how many reinforcements you have, this outcome will not change. Normally, Inquiry Doc would not be afraid of this method. But with the amplification of the human path killer move heroes among people, the giant horn charge's power had doubled. Inquiry Doc was only an information path immortal goo house, it could not resist such a fierce attack by itself. Fallen Flower Hall sent reinforcements to Inquiry Doc, but they were restrained by wind-sweeping building. Inquiry Doc cannot be lost. My Fong clan's 3 immortal goo houses can use the battlefield killer move Peach Blossom Maze. Fong Dichang quickly ordered reinforcements. Peach Blossom Maze could trap rank 8 goo immortals, back then, it could even trap Divine Bean Palace. This killer move was famous, all Western Desert goo immortals knew about it. But since the start of the battle, Central Continent side had the initiative, they could not allow Western Desert to make arrangements, they had no time to use Peach Blossom Maze. Several Western Desert immortal goo houses went to reinforce Inquiry Doc, but at the next moment, Central Continent's formation changed, they formed a large encirclement, isolating Inquiry Doc and the reinforcements. Oh no! Fong Dichang's expression sank, he had no choice but to use Divine Bean Palace to reinforce them. Divine Bean Palace was the base of Western Desert's formation, it could not be moved easily. Once it was moved, it would cause a change in Western Desert's formation, there would be a flaw and Central Continent's side would seize the opportunity. But at this moment, Fong Dichang had no other choice. Seeing Divine Bean Palace activate, Central Continent's goo immortals became excited. Fong Dichang fell for it. That's right, even though he is a Wisdom Path goo immortal, the situation is too pressing. Charge, Western Desert's formation is already in chaos. If we seize this opportunity, we can secure victory. Rumble, Central Continent's immortal goo houses erupted with frenzied attacks, they were like a tidal wave that engulfed Western Desert's side. Oh no! Even Fong Dichang's expression changed at this scene. Western Desert's defeat was right in front of them. Boom! With a loud sound, a grand immortal goo house descended on the battlefield. Its scale was even larger than Divine Bean Palace, it was made of red gold bricks and black gold glazed tiles, there were countless carvings on the surface of the palace, each of them was lifelike and full of charm. This is Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Myriad Statue Palace. Central Continent's offense paused for a moment. At the next moment, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's voice came from Myriad Statue Palace, Central Continent's celestial court has gone too far. This time, I, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, will make you pay with your blood. At the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations came to help, finally saving Emperor City's situation. Fong Dichang let out a breath of air, muttering, this battle can still be fought. Harryfoot Mountain Battlefield. In the previous life, even though Longevity Heaven side fought their way into Heaven Overseeing Tower, they could not threaten the immortal graveyard. But now that the Qi wall was broken, there were countless ways to attack, they could reach the immortal graveyard. Duke Long abandoned Calamity Luck Altar and flew up, blocking Myriad Year Flying Warship's path. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, Qin Ding Ling chased relentlessly. In an instant, Fong Yuan fell into a pincer attack by Duke Long and Qin Ding Ling. Don't panic, I will help you. Protect this person, he is the crucial person that Ancestor Giant's son mentioned. That's right, even if we die, we need to protect his life. The surrounding northern plains immortals quickly gathered towards Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan did not hesitate, he immediately sent Calamity Luck Altar to reinforce Fang Yuan. Right now, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court, they needed to cooperate sincerely. Since Fang Yuan was helping him, Bing Sai Chuan also needed to help Fang Yuan resist the pincer attack of two experts from Celestial Court. Bing Sai Chuan did not have a good choice. If he allowed Fang Yuan to be killed by Duke Long, not only would he lose a strong battle strength, myriad-year flying warship, this rank 8 immortal Gu house, would also be ownerless. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Fang Yuan's expression was calm. However, just as he was about to use his methods to resist the enemy, a surge of fire qi filled his heart, he was burning with rage. Next, a surge of dejection qi surrounded his body, causing his defenses to weaken like an avalanche. There was also a lump of old qi that entangled his body and mind, causing his lifespan to shrink continuously. There was also poison qi that spread from inside to outside, it was a fatal threat. Unlucky qi covered his head, causing his luck to decline rapidly. Foolish qi filled his mind, some of the results that he came up with were simply too stupid. Frost qi filled his body, his movements became sluggish, all sorts of qi surrounded his body. Fang Yuan's strength fell rapidly, in just a few breaths of time. He was only comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. After a while, he would not even be comparable to an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal. Duke Long saw that Fang Yuan's aura was collapsing rapidly, all sorts of qi currents were coiling around his body, he was overjoyed. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. Fang Yuan broke the qi wall, that is why he encountered this move. He had cultivated Primordial Origin's qi path true inheritance, he immediately recognized it. But at the next moment, Duke Long saw a faint light shoot out from behind him, it was like a chess piece that entered Fang Yuan's body. In an instant, Fang Yuan's aura dissipated, it was as if the earlier scene was just an illusion. Duke Long's body and mind shook, he quickly turned around and saw that limitless demon Venerable's silhouette had left his seat for the first time in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, he was standing at the side of the pavilion and looking over. Duke Long's pupils shrunk slightly. At the crucial moment, limitless demon Venerable took action, he cleanly dispelled all sorts of qi currents from Fang Yuan's body. The Northern Plains immortals saw this and felt relieved. Bing Sai Chuan was a little suspicious, so Fang Yuan also has a method to make limitless demon Venerable turn around. But how did he do it? I did not even see what he did. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Duke Long opened his mouth and let out a grand dragon roar. The dragon roar surged forward, spreading in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. At the next moment, Duke Long teleported along the dragon roar, arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still standing at the head of the ship, the two were only an arm's length apart. On one side was Red Lotus Master, the Dragonman ancestor, Duke Long. About 1.5 million strength path Dao marks. Just by relying on the Dao marks themselves, Fang Yuan could block Duke Long's killer move. Duke Long's dragon claw landed on Fang Yuan's left arm, but it felt like it was hitting a mountain. Duke Long had just had a bad feeling when Fang Yuan's right fist had already smashed forward. Boom! With a loud sound, Duke Long felt like he was a paper boat in a raging sea, or like a mountain had crashed into him. An unimaginable force caused him to shoot forward at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Duke Long's entire body was like a meteor, he landed on the ground at lightning speed. With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely, dust and smoke rose into the air. The entire place was silent. This time, shocked expressions appeared on the faces of Northern Plains and Celestial Court's Gu immortals at the same time. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a bandit monkey, stood proudly at the bow of the ship, looking down at the deep pit below. Duke Long snorted coldly, his eyes shined with a sharp light, his dense killing intent was not concealed at all, it was spreading like a ferocious wave. He fell into a passive state, he was being led by the nose by Fang Yuan's attack, this feeling was really unbearable. Once the primordial Qi wall was broken, Fang Yuan gained the initiative, his target was still the immortal graveyard. Duke Long had just been sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch, he lost a lot of face, this time, he did not waste any more effort. The truth was right in front of him, choosing to fight Fang Yuan in close combat and using the decapitation tactic against him was a complete joke. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A grand Qi current quickly condensed into a translucent mountain. The mountain covered the surrounding hundreds of li, it pressed down heavily. Fang Yuan was at the bottom of the mountain, he raised his head and saw that the mountain was pressing down on him, it was as if heaven and earth were collapsing, he could not avoid it. Fang Yuan, however, did not have any thoughts of dodging. He suddenly stopped his bandit monkey transformation and turned into a majestic astral wind flying heavenly boar. Astral wind flying heavenly boars lived in the sky, they belonged to Qi Path and could fly in the sky. They were as agile as flying fish, they had agility that did not match their body size, they could easily pass through the heavenly wind Qi wall. With a single leap, they could enter the heavenly wind Qi wall and swim freely in the Qi wall like fish in the sea. Fang Yuan stood on myriad-year flying warship, he did not raise his head, he only growled. Immortal killer move, Qi Burst Roar. This move was also a Qi Path killer move, but it came from Langya sect's treasury. Back then, land spirit of Langya controlled heavenly giant Solar to fight sharp tusk boar, he used this move to kill this ancient desolate beast with one roar. Now that Fang Yuan used it, with the amplification of over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks, its power rose by over 1,500 times. Boom! The Qi Breath Mountain was directly destroyed by Fang Yuan's roar, endless Qi waves spread out and formed into a hurricane that swept the battlefield. The killer move was broken, Duke Long suffered a backlash. But even though this Dao guardian of Red Lotus Venerable suffered a setback, his fighting spirit was still high, he used another move. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. He stretched out his fists and spread his fingers. Countless white Qi currents surged out of his palms and slashed at Fang Yuan like arcs. In a few breaths of time, there were tens of thousands of arcs of white Qi currents, they were like torrential rain or the attack of white moths, covering the sky and earth. Each Qi current was as sharp as a blade, even immemorial desolate beasts would have their flesh cut open by this move, until their flesh and blood were cut off and they turned into skeletons. Facing this move, Fang Yuan's astral wind flying heavenly boar form was no longer useful, he changed to another form. This time, he turned into a crane. It was also a Qi Path immortal beast, single Qi crane. The flying crane was the size of a horse, it had a majestic appearance, its neck was elegant and proud, its wings were extremely wide, they were like two giant cloaks that spread out on myriad-year flying warship's deck. Fang Yuan suddenly flapped his wings. At once, the 1,000 feathers on his wings shined with light. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Divine Flick was fully prepared and activated by Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, over 10,000 sharp sounds echoed as countless Qi currents shot out of the feathers and collided with Duke Long's Qi current scissors. The two area of effect techniques collided, most of them cancelled each other out and disintegrated, only a small portion of them landed on Duke Long and myriad-year flying warship. But regardless of which side it was, they did not even blink when facing such fragmented attacks. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Flow Ring. Fang Yuan used another move, he opened his mouth and let out a sharp cry, letting out a mouthful of white Qi. The white Qi spread rapidly and coiled around myriad-year flying warship's rear, increasing the latter's speed as it shot forward. Duke Long's expression changed, he cursed inwardly and quickly chased after it. According to common sense, Qi Flow Ring was a Qi Path killer move, it did not have much effect on a Time Path Immortal Gu House. But this move that Fang Yuan used had already reached rank 8 after being modified by him. At the same time, it was amplified by a vast number of Qi Path Dao marks, its power rose by 1,000 times, it unreasonably pushed myriad-year flying warship forward. Fang Yuan quickly passed several northern plains immortals in front of him, arriving above the immortal graveyard even though he moved later. Looking down at the immortal graveyard, Fang Yuan saw that the immortal graveyard was very large. There were countless tombstones in the grass. They were of different shapes, some were tall golden tombstones, some were short stone carvings, some did not even have tombstones, and there were even some that revealed half-opened coffins underground. An ancient, solemn, and sacred atmosphere enveloped the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He turned into a bandit monkey again and was about to attack the immortal graveyard. Right at this moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette in Imperfection Regret Pavilion sighed. She grabbed 3 chess pieces from the chessboard and threw them out. The chess pieces did not attack Fang Yuan directly, they landed in a formation. Fairy Myrtle was at the center of the formation, controlling star constellation chessboard and overseeing the overall situation. After these chess pieces entered star constellation chessboard, Fairy Myrtle immediately felt the power of this formation rise sharply, breaking through its limits and reaching an unimaginable level. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately activated the formation and aimed it at Fang Yuan from afar. A huge starlight pillar suddenly shone down. Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship vanished in the starlight. At the next moment, another starlight pillar shone behind Duke Long, following which Fang Yuan and myriad-year flying warship appeared. After obtaining star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette's help, Celestial Court's formation immediately gained the ability to teleport people like Fang Yuan and Duke Long. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Fang Yuan saw the reason and let out a breath of turbid air. Chapter 1950. The 8 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals had already arrived in White Heaven. They had already destroyed many stars. Their target was not as huge as Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Western Desert. They only wanted to plunder Central Continent's resources and expend Central Continent's foundation. Because they were worried that the Celestial Court's main force would teleport over to stop them, they targeted the stars in White Heaven. Coincidentally, this strategy had become the key to the entire battle. Among them were Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Wu Shuai did not summon them back, he left them in this group to destroy the stars. Wu Shuai's decision was very wise. If only Shen Songsheng, Qing Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Song Qi Yuan were left, they might not have the guts to destroy the stars. The 8 Eastern Sea Immortals had many people. Their efficiency in destroying the stars was not low. The 8 Immortals arrived in front of a giant star. The star was as large as a mountain. The 8 Immortals looked very tiny. The Celestial Court had countless stars in White Heaven. They were connected to each other and formed a net. They had their own arrangements. Each area had a giant star as the formation core, and around the giant star were large numbers of large stars. And around the large stars were countless small and mid-sized stars. They were scattered and flying around, their positions were not fixed. Song Qi Yuan flew to the giant star first. He closed his eyes as he sensed the connection between the stars. After more than 10 breaths of time, he opened his eyes and activated a light path killer move, pointing far away. Every time he pointed with his finger, a sharp ray of light would shoot out from the tip of his finger, instantly shooting into the horizon and disappearing. In a distant place, small and medium-sized stars exploded one after another, turning into powder. This light path killer move was very mystical, it could trace any light to its source and attack. Even gazes were included. In the previous life, Song Qi Yuan used this move to destroy a star that Fang Yuan refined, causing Fang Yuan's star eye's immortal goo to lose effect. But in this life, Song Qi Yuan used this move to find trouble with the celestial court. The effect was also instantaneous. Only after Song Qi Yuan destroyed all the stars he could sense did he stop and nod at Qing Yuan immortal killer move, Myriad Mountain. Qing Yuan exclaimed in a low voice. The phantom he summoned was like a mountain range, stacked layer by layer, smashing into the giant star. The giant star was huge, but it was only an immortal material. Under the attack of the rank 8 killer move, it gradually broke apart, eventually turning into countless star fragments. Almost as soon as the giant planet was destroyed, Fairy Myrtle, who was in the teleportation formation in the celestial court, sensed it. Her expression changed slightly. The destruction of a giant star should not have been a big deal. After all, the celestial court had many stars scattered throughout the day, and it didn't matter if one was lost. But under the current circumstances, it was a different matter. Right now, the Northern Plains Immortals, as well as Fang Yuan and his clones, were attacking the important areas of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had to activate the formation at all times to teleport these people away. The formation was constantly being activated, it was like a person running in a dangerous state of balance. Once a person stepped on a rock, even if the rock was very small, they would lose their balance and fall down, getting injured. The faster they ran, the heavier the injuries they would suffer after falling down. The celestial court's goo immortals dodged. No one wanted to experience the feeling of being captured by Di Zhangsheng. Every time it roared, it would set off an earth-shattering sound wave, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums and hearts. Its body was too huge, even if it suffered countless attacks, it was not a big deal to its body. It stared at the attacks of the celestial court's goo immortals as it charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and started to destroy it. The celestial court's immortals felt a sense of helplessness. Against Di Zhangsheng, even if they used their full strength, they were like mice trying to shake an elephant. What do we do? At this rate, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation will not last for long. Attacking the enemy will definitely save it, we will fight back with attack. The celestial court's immortals were experienced, they immediately thought of a countermeasure. Whirling Boy and Jun Shengguang were the vanguard, followed by Zhu Ke, Zhao Shanhe, and the rest as the main force, charging towards the 5 regional limit formation. Right at this time, Di Zhangsheng opened its mouth as an immortal goo house flew out. This immortal goo house was shining with orange gold light, it was mighty and domineering, it was the rank 8 immortal goo house, Dragon Palace. A plume of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace like a dream. Dream Path Killer move? The celestial court's immortals recognized it, they were shocked and quickly dodged. Wherever the dreamy light smoke went, the celestial court's immortals retreated, opening up a path for it. The light smoke wrapped around the 5 regional limit formation and quickly retracted. The celestial court's immortals quickly used their methods to attack the dreamy light smoke, but the Dream Path Killer move was unrivaled, the celestial court's immortals' efforts were all for naught. The 5 regional limit formation was directly kept into Dragon Palace. Zhan Budu kept the formation and landed on the floor of Dragon Palace, meeting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately used Dragon Palace's methods to heal his injuries. The celestial court was a strong enemy, even though they were at a disadvantage, they still had the strength to retaliate. The celestial court's main force used the correct tactic, forcing Zhan Budu to retract the 5 regional limit formation. This formation had already suffered countless attacks, it was in a critical state. Not only did Zhan Budu need to heal his injuries, this 5 regional limit formation also needed to be repaired urgently. Without the formation supply, even though the five-colored smoke was still lingering in the battlefield, it was like water without a source, it started to dissipate rapidly. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace did not fight with the Celestial Court's main force, it followed Di Zongsheng and charged into the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Hold on! Hold on! The Gu immortals controlling the formation shouted, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. To protect Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible Blessed Land, they had to maintain the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. However, be it the five-colored smoke or Di Zongsheng, they both posed a fatal threat to this formation. After entering the formation, Di Zongsheng's strength rose sharply. It was also restricted by the five-colored smoke. After all, it was a legendary immemorial beast born in Central Continent, it was not a life form of the nine heavens. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Wind. While Celestial Court's main force returned to reinforce the formation, Wu Yong finally found the chance to permanently expend his wind path Dao marks to unleash inextinguishable hurricane. The hurricane surged and exerted pressure on the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation like in his previous life, it made Celestial Court's situation even worse. Emperor City Battlefield. The more stars there were, the greater the power of this move. Back in the Northern Plains' bloody battle, Yilui Kun Xing used this move to gain unparalleled might, almost no one could stop him. Leader stars cluster targeted stars and use stars to begin with. On top of this foundation, Fang Yuan also had both Star Path and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the support of the Light of Wisdom. He modified the killer move before the battle. With all these factors added together, he achieved this amazing result. He destroyed the teleportation formation, even Duke Long was very surprised. In Duke Long's eyes, Fang Yuan had already become unfathomable. On Myriad Year Flying Warship, Fang Yuan stopped the falling star rod tree transformation and returned to his human form. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. Bam bam bam, a vast number of Fang Yuan clones appeared again, filling the sky and spreading out like locusts. Celestial Court's side immediately felt troubled, they had suffered from a lack of manpower in this battle. Although the will of the stars had awakened many rank 8s of Celestial Court in advance, the teleportation formation was destroyed, these main forces were still trapped in Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. Duke Long sighed and used a method helplessly. Qi Path Killer Move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure descended from the sky, covering all directions. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Fang Yuan clones were directly destroyed, Calamity Luck Altar was also pressed on the ground, it resisted the strong pressure with much difficulty, cracking sounds could be heard. The 10 Gu houses of Celestial Court's immortals within the range of the killer move were even worse, they were directly destroyed and turned into ruins. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship were also not spared, they were enveloped by Qi engulfing mountains and rivers, their speed fell sharply, they fell from the sky like they were carrying a mountain range. Fang Yuan laughed, he was not shocked but happy. He was already familiar with Duke Long's Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. In the previous life, during the battle for Dragon Palace, Duke Long used this move to secure victory. But at this moment, Duke Long had no choice but to use this move to resolve Fang Yuan's myriad self. He was too passive, he could not even take care of Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses. Immortal Killer Move, Immemorial Year Monkey Transformation. Fang Yuan suddenly transformed again, his Dao marks turned into more than 1,500,000 time path Dao marks. Myriad Year Flying Warship was a time path immortal Gu house, now that it was activated by Fang Yuan, its power surged and it flew out like a flying sword, it was as if Qi engulfing mountains and rivers did not exist at all. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had to be reborn countless times to slightly damage Fate Gu. This way, with Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi as the main force, Fangzheng and Qin Dingling controlling Demon Judgment Board as support, the three of them attacked Fang Yuan together, finally restraining Fang Yuan's demonic might. Fang Yuan is trapped. Bull Demon, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, spoke loudly. He had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along. Of course, not just him, all the other Gu immortals were paying attention as well. After all, Fang Yuan's victory or defeat would directly affect the entire Celestial Court situation. Flower Lady hesitated. Should we help him? The two looked at Bing Sai Chuan. They knew that they had a trump card. They could ask Limitless to turn around. In the previous life, Bing Sai Chuan used this trump card to lure Limitless Demon Venerable to temporarily trap Duke Long. In the current situation, as long as Duke Long was trapped, Fang Yuan would have one less obstacle. He would be able to break the stalemate. But Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. His gaze was fiery. Let them fight. This is the best time. Let's snatch Fate Gu and return to Longevity Heaven to refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. His original goal was this: with Rank 9 Destiny Gu, Longevity Heaven could replace the position of Celestial Court and rule over the 5 regions. Earlier, Bing Sai Chuan was in a predicament. He had no choice but to give up on this idea and call for Fang Yuan's help. Now that Fang Yuan made a move and changed the situation, Bing Sai Chuan's situation took a turn for the better. Be grateful to Fang Yuan and help him? Bing Sai Chuan snickered coldly in his heart. His great achievement was right in front of him. He had waited for so many years. Giant Sun Immortal's will, his unfinished business. How could he give up? As long as there was a trace of hope, he would try. He would not give up. Right now, even though the refinement path formation was not destroyed, a path was already opened. Go! For Longevity Heaven, for Northern Plains, for Lord Giant Sun Immortal, take back Fate. Bing Sai Chuan shouted loudly. The phantom image of the River of Time surged. All the experts in Northern Plains history shouted in response to Bing Sai Chuan. Mao Li Qiu had already entered the battle, using the killer move Perfect Pair to fight Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan. Bull Demon and Flower Lady also flew out of Calamity Luck Altar at this moment. They had many Northern Plains Gu immortals with them. This force was much stronger than in the previous life. No! Yuan Xiongdu's eyes were bloodshot. He let out a shrill cry, but no one came to help him. Yuan Xiongdu was guarding the refinement path formation. He could not leave at all. Right now, he was in a precarious situation. He could barely protect himself. Rank 9 Fate was about to be completely repaired by him. If it was snatched away now, it would all be for the benefit of others. Chapter 1954. Emperor City Battlefield. Rumble, dust clouds rumbled. The earth split open, a huge trench extended forward, devouring everything in its path as it approached Emperor City. Emperor City's destruction was right in front of them. At this moment, even though there were several Central Continent Gu immortals defending Emperor City, to save so many lives in such a short time, these Gu immortals were simply unable to do so. Earth trenches were naturally formed, and no one could predict where they would appear. Only Fang Yuan expected this. Because this earth trench had appeared in his previous life, it destroyed Emperor City. But Central Continent and Western Desert did not know about it. The appearance of the earth trench caught both sides off guard. But Western Desert side was overjoyed while Central Continent side was terrified. Right at the crucial moment of Emperor City's destruction, an immortal Gu House Ting appeared, turning into a jade light that flew into the sky at lightning speed. It was Divine Bean Palace. Stop him! Central Continent's Gu immortals subconsciously shouted in unison. What is Fang Dichang doing? Thousand Transformations' ancestor and the rest felt strange. Divine Bean Palace's actions were not part of the battle plan. Fang Dichang had a shocked expression. At this moment, not only could he not contact the outside world, he could not even move his body. Divine Bean Palace buzzed and shook, a formless and powerful force was restraining him. In the painting that surrounded the hall, a will slowly emerged. The will quickly condensed into the appearance of a young man. He wore a green robe and had a white headband, his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had a cultured and refined appearance. Seeing this will, Fang Dichang's expression turned ashen. He cried out, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable." Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Among the venerables, he had the most immortal essence. He was the third-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. He created Heavenly Lotus Sect. He got rid of the demonic chi and restored order to heaven and earth. Indeed, this will was Genesis Lotus Will. Damn it, he hid in the painting, that's why I was fooled. Fang Dichang instantly understood. He did not understand painting path at all. But why did I lose control of Divine Bean Palace the moment Genesis Lotus Will appeared? I was tightly bound and lost my freedom. Fang Dichang instantly thought of Qing Chou. His heart turned cold. He once thought that he had completely refined Divine Bean Palace, but the cruel reality showed that there were still secrets in Divine Bean Palace, and the final authority was still in the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. Be it the real Fang Dichang or Fang Yuan's clone, they could not see through this method. They were kept in the dark. How could a venerable's immortal goo house be so easily seized? With a loud bang, Divine Bean Palace landed steadily at the center of Emperor City and started to oversee the situation. Boundless jade light spread out from Divine Bean Palace. It was warm like water. The light wasn't dazzling, it illuminated half of the sky. Everywhere in Emperor City, regardless of whether it was the city bricks or the corners of the walls, they were all soaked in jade light. Amidst the light, mural after mural gradually appeared in every corner of Emperor City. These were numerous paintings of life, and they depicted the scene of a certain moment in Imperial Emperor City. Some were markets with people moving around, peddlers were shouting and selling all sorts of goods. Some were the silhouettes of several courtyards, and on the tall trees in the courtyards, there were several bird nests with nestlings waiting to fly away. And under the trees, there was a group of children playing and chasing each other. They were filled with hope towards the future. There was a wedding procession coming from the south. The groom was riding a horse. There was a mortal goo house behind him. The bridegroom was riding on a horse. Behind him was a sedan. This mortal goo house was usually taken out for weddings in Central Continent. The sedan was decorated with flowers of all colors. Behind the sedan, there was a group of porters carrying the bride's plentiful dowry. There was a tea house. There were many people on the street outside. The upper floor of the tea house was filled with guests. They were eating breakfast while looking at the street outside the window. The tea house's banners to attract customers were fluttering in the morning wind. There was also a painting depicting dusk. At a corner of the street near the city gate, there was a stall. A blind old goo master who might have wisdom path goo worms was acting as a fortune teller, predicting the future of a woman. No matter if it was early in the morning or at night, at the side of the city gate or in the downtown area, the scenes of the people in Imperial Emperor City living and working in peace and contentment formed numerous scenes. Undeniably, this was a painting path method. It was filled with the profundities of human path. Immortal killer move, peaceful life. Emperor City actually has Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had once lived in Emperor City as a mortal for some time. Don't tell me, this is not a story, but a fact? Painting path is truly profound. Central Continent's goo immortals were overjoyed. Western Desert side had a bad feeling. Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City were connected, forming a huge immortal goo house. The center was naturally Divine Bean Palace, while the periphery was the former Emperor City. The earth trench surged over like the mouth of a giant beast, instantly destroying Emperor City's foundation. But Emperor City was completely different. It floated in the air, unmoving. The countless people in the city gasped in shock. They hugged each other happily, they jumped around, they actually managed to escape from death's door. A large number of people cried tears of joy, they knelt on the ground and worshipped the paintings. Suddenly, new paintings appeared in many places. The content of the paintings was the scene of these people kneeling and worshipping. This killer move, peaceful life, seemed to be able to absorb strength from mortals to strengthen itself. The power of the paintings continued to accumulate, flowing back into Divine Bean Palace. Genesis Lotus will controlled this power. He controlled Divine Bean Palace even more firmly. He looked at Feng Di Chang with a smile that was not a smile. Feng Yuan, I need to thank you for bringing Divine Bean Palace here. You saved the human world from a calamity. This was the arrangement of Genesis Lotus' main body. In the previous life, Divine Bean Palace was not brought by Feng clan, thus Emperor City was destroyed. Feng Jioga, Wu Yong muttered this name, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Last time, you stopped me from chasing after Feng Yuan, this time, we will settle the score. Saying so, he prepared a killer move, trying to use Farewell Friend Wind again. Feng Jioga did not dodge. He hovered in the air, a smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth and sang a song. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be filled with contradictions. It was very strange. Wu Yong was unconsciously attracted by the song, his attacks stopped. The song was like a small stream in the mountains, gurgling and flowing. Next, the stream seemed to turn into lava, expanding into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed, he started to struggle, because he was the closest, he was the first to be hit. The song gave Wu Yong a bad feeling, it made him feel like he had returned to the past. When he was young, he was shrouded in the shadow of his mother, Wu Duxiu's strict teachings and restrictions, he could only listen to her obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong stared with wide eyes. He saw that the Farewell Friend Wind killer move that was used on Prince's impatience had stopped. What song is this? It can directly counter Farewell Friend Wind? Wu Yong was shocked. At this moment, Prince's impatience felt something different. He felt like he had returned to the past, when he disguised his identity and cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He controlled the Grotto Heaven, he could finally hold his head high, he no longer had to worry about the attitude of Northern Plains super force, Gong Clan. Due to Destiny Song, Southern Borders immortals were weakened, they were dispirited. In contrast, Celestial Court side was filled with pride, they recovered and recovered from their injuries. Destiny Song's power was very comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could differentiate between friend and foe. This was something that the previous life could not compare to. At once, even Wu Shuai and the rest were restrained by the song, only Di Zongsheng roared, as expected of the number 1 legendary immemorial beast, he resisted the song and charged forward. Feng Jioga looked at Di Zongsheng with rapt attention. Di Zongsheng's body was so huge that it covered heaven and earth, just his dragon head was like a mountain. Feng Jioga stood in front of the mountain, he was as tiny as an ant. But at the next moment, the song was focused on Di Zongsheng. Di Zongsheng felt like he had returned to the time when he was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave, he was trapped in a dark cage, he could not obtain freedom, no matter how much he wished or how much power he had. He could not free himself. Helpless, helpless. Di Zongsheng gradually stopped. It wanted to roar, it wanted to cry out, but it could only whimper in the end. The immortals were shocked. The scene in front of them was truly shocking. Feng Jioga defeated Di Zongsheng in one move. This was the legendary immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength in the current world. In the previous life, it was able to fight against Duke Long at the end of his life. If the latter had not attacked Dragon Palace, it would not have been able to defeat Di Zongsheng so easily. This is Destiny Song that I created. I have just completed it. Everyone, please take a look. Feng Jioge transmitted while singing. Destiny Song. Be it friend or foe, the immortals deeply engraved the name of this killer move in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny drifted from place to place, rising and falling. Who would not have a low point? Even Feng Yuan and the previous venerables had times when they were humble and weak. The Song of Destiny could bring the highs and lows of the fate of all living beings to themselves. When the time comes, heaven and earth will help, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Feng Jioge's 9th Song, Sound Path Immortal Rank 8 Killer Move, Song of Destiny. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely solemn. He actually managed to create the complete Song of Destiny. As expected of Feng Jioge. Zhan Budu also let out a long sigh. When the news of the battle reached the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jioge had always been in a state of enlightenment, so he volunteered to explore the river of time. Qin Dingling was observing his fate, and when she saw his opportunity, she strongly recommended him. Fairy Myrtle thus secretly arranged for a time path immortal Gu house to send Feng Jioge into the river of time. Fairy Myrtle believed Qin Dingling's words, and also thought highly of Feng Jioge's potential. But she did not expect Feng Jioge to give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. Just with this move, Feng Jioge's battle strength soared, he became one of the strongest people in the world. Celestial Court wanted to repair Rank 9 Fate Gu and snatch Fortune Completion Gu to refine Rank 10 Destiny Gu. Longevity Heaven had the same plan, but their target was slightly lower. They wanted to use the incomplete Fate Gu to refine Rank 9 Destiny Gu. But neither side expected that before them, a Gu Immortal had already created the incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. An immortal killer move condensed into an immortal Gu recipe. The best example was Feng Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu recipe to refine Myriad Self was derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was not an exaggeration to say that with just this move, Feng Jioge's name would go down in history. As expected of a Dao Guardian. With such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Ziwei felt that it was dazzling. She admitted her inferiority. Father, you are amazing. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open as she looked at Feng Jioge's back. Admiration and love were overflowing. The young girl's heart was filled with pride and joy. Yes, father has never disappointed me. From this fighting style, one could see her temperament. She liked to wait patiently until the end. But at the same time, this also meant that she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Even though Zhang Xianzi's methods were still very mysterious, Feng Yuan had already started to understand Zhang Xianzi's foundation. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and unfathomable. Even though Feng Yuan had fought with Duke Long in the previous life, and Duke Long's methods were mostly understood by Feng Yuan, Duke Long's fighting style was ever-changing, sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. It was hard to figure out what he was doing. This level of fighting was not just because of his battle experience, but also because of Duke Long's innate talent. For Feng Yuan, even though it was difficult to defeat Zhang Xianzi, there was hope. But to defeat Duke Long, he could not see any possibility of doing so. Unless I can directly break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Feng Yuan analyzed in his mind. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was 9 Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan had been searching for clues and analyzing it during the battle. But there was little effect. It was very difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move in the middle of a battle. Compared to 9 Dragons' protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's last stand more. But this killer move was even more untraceable. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to search for clues. According to his original plan, Steal Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but after testing it, Steal Life did not work. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something? Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the matter, he was interrupted by an incoming attack. Fang Yuan did not need to look to know that this was the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's attack. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was indeed troublesome. It had no weaknesses, it was extremely fast, not inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship, and its defense was also very solid. Fang Yuan could break through it by force. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Judgment Board was not Fang Yuan's match, it would take a lot of effort. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with Immortal Gu houses, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Fang Yuan was currently in the Immemorial Year Monkey form, it was very compatible with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Once he turned into Theft Path Dao marks, his battle strength would fall by a lot. Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi would have a chance. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that even if he transformed into the Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, he might not be able to hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if he hit it, he might not be able to steal the Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Silhouette wanted to make a move, but she was obstructed by Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette. She could only watch as Fang Yuan massacred the members of the Celestial Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation Silhouette's face, her gaze was cold as ice as she stared at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled, very good indeed. Back then, when I attacked the Celestial Court, I also wanted to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. But because the variant humans were too huge back then, for the sake of humanity, I did not make a move. Even if you destroy the Immortal Graveyard and the whole of the Celestial Court. As long as you do not destroy Fate Gu, Providence favors us, Central Continent can still establish a second Celestial Court, a third, or even a fourth Immortal Graveyard. Star Constellation Silhouette retorted. That's right. Limitless Demon Venerable Silhouette sighed, Fate Gu is the root of your Celestial Court. If you cannot destroy it, no matter how many members of your Celestial Court are sacrificed, it will not matter. In fact, the more you suffer, the more valiant you become, you will get rid of the old and send in new blood, you will get closer to the tides of the new era. Eras were constantly changing, Gu Immortal Cultivation was also constantly developing. The prosperity and weakness of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had left behind the Immortal Graveyard because of this consideration. Leaving behind the eliminated Chi Path and Strength Path Gu Immortals was better than destroying the Celestial Court and allowing the Celestial Court to rebound, allowing a large number of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other Gu Immortals to emerge and be absorbed by the Celestial Court. Now, I am very curious. After the Immortal Graveyard is destroyed by Fang Yuan, how long can your side last? Limitless Silhouette smiled. Star Constellation Silhouette could no longer remain calm. You are ignoring the big picture, you are abandoning the great cause of humanity. You are unworthy of being the venerable of humanity. Limitless Silhouette sneered, back then, my main body was restrained by this reason, but now, hasn't humanity's great cause been realized? It was time for the human race to pursue greater things. You should know what I mean. Star constellation silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will pull out your tendons, flay your skin, grind your bones, and scatter your ashes. Duke Long roared at the sky. The anger and hatred in his heart had accumulated to the limit. He charged at Fang Yuan without any regard for his own safety. Fang Yuan directly dodged. He did not compete with Duke Long, activating 3 layers of sword wave. Swoosh! 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 The immortal graveyard was completely covered. The sword wave even dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting a single slumbering immortal escape. The millions of years of accumulation of the celestial court was destroyed in an instant. Ah! In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body and twisted his body. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered, a huge wound extended from his left shoulder to his left chest. The wound was empty, be it his bones, dragon scales, or even a portion of his left lung, they were all gone. 5-finger heart sword was so terrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, he would have been sent flying. Since the battle started, Duke Long felt the threat of death for the first time. This was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Duke Long roared loudly, his body moved like lightning as he charged towards Fang Yuan like a raging gale. Fang Yuan could not help but praise in his heart. 5-finger heart swords, every slash was the process of accumulating strength. Duke Long saw through this weakness with one glance. He took the chance to attack fearlessly. Fang Yuan's dragon body turned and retreated, trying to pull some distance away from Duke Long. Nine dragon protection was a strong defense. Clear dragon vision was used for scouting, dragon claw strike, chaotic dragon fist, spiraling dragon fangs, and world-shaking dragon hammer were used for offense. These 4 methods covered close combat, mid-range, and long-range combat. Among them, world-shaking dragon hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon roaring wave and body flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also dragon descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods. And the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Giant Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to Transformation Path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The Purple Gold Dragon Form Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's 2 combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement, and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these 2 combat systems could complement each other. For example, Transformation Path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi Path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. 1 or 2 of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fang Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fang Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.